You're lying.
The temptation is there, though. You could just watch Dragon Ball Z Abridged.
You could. Oh yeah, well, I'm gonna touch you.
I'll stop it here. We'll pick it back up.
God damn it, Goku.
Joke's on you. I am in your walls.
Same.
Happy Halloween.
They're in the goddamn wall.
Ah,
The friends are stored in the balls.
So that means we
What?
can't continue our conversation about the Spanish Inquisition?
never
Precisely.
expected it. Never into.
You messed that up so bad it brought shame to you and your.
My spirit animal might be.
Quack!
Do you have an own count that's like over 30?
How old am I?
I don't know.
Yes. Also, the majestic space duck.
Is it official now?
But did they describe how? So is it is it going to be 3 DPSs in one tank or 2 DPSs in 2 tanks? Yes. I'm assuming they don't want another support, because that would be.
3 supports. Yeah.
See.
Yep. The game was never balanced around having only one tank, and trying to shift it without doing major changes was never going to work.
It made changes. That's because Blizzard doesn't know how to balance shit.
I currently hear.
Or both.
Well, I feel it's more a conceited thing. It's like, no, we know what's right. They don't know. The fans. I mean, like, what happened with Helldivers? It sounds like that. That's just an issue of I don't know what happened to game devs where they just think they know more than the people they're selling their product to who play it in mass. Well, I mean, and I wonder if it's like, can they even voice, like, can the lower people even voice their opinion without fear? Because it's like exactly what happened with Concord or Starfield, where like the stories came out about the lower people like asking why they're doing this, and it doesn't make sense, it's not fun, and then just, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, yeah. There's engine limitations, everything else. Well, why don't you just do this? It's like, well, that require the entire mechanic be remade just for that, which would take months of work. That's just not worth it for the output of what it would create. But yeah, it's. I think it goes both sides, but both sides should understand that as well. It's like, as a dev, you're like, okay, we should at least comb through the feedback and read through it and see what we can find out. Like, it's not like every opinion's a bad opinion. I don't know. That seems lost to me in today's day and age of game dev. So here's hoping, because I think Diablo 4 had the same issue currently with the new DLC released, where it's a balance nightmare. That me stronger than me? Man. Dude, Super would be such good material for them too. I can understand why they stopped, but I really wish they didn't.
Didn't they make a bunch of clips for the Boo Saga?
Yeah, they did boo bits. Parts they would have included. They just didn't want to fight whatever company owned Dragon Ball because they constantly had to. They said it just
That's
grew
fair.
tiring for all the like takedowns and everything. Which I did
Yeah.
some research on why it's so bad, because of a deal YouTube signed back in 2007, and every other company has been following suit. And the deal was so one-sided because YouTube didn't want to get sued for millions. So, well, no, it's so strong that it's like it didn't have to be this strong, but they were in a position back in early infancy where they did mess up and owe millions, and they had to agree to these terms in the contract. And everyone followed suit in the industry afterwards because YouTube was the first big one.
That seems.
Au revoir.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Yeah, they were watching some Team 4-Star Dragon Ball Bridge there. Let's get this party started. I think I am good to go. Indeed, I just pushed the wrong button. Here we go. Hello, everybody. How's it going? Here is today's artwork. Go give the artist some love. And there it is over there to you guys on the YouTube side of things. We did get the lotto guide out. Make sure you guys check it out now. In fact, I'll go ahead and put that in the title. There we go. King Gil, thank you for the 9 months. And thank you to the follows that I had earlier. Cat, how's it going? It's going pretty good. I need to put my arm down. Hello. Yeah, it's today was okay. I had to go back to work, obviously. It was a pretty chill day. My dad wasn't in the office because TLDR, my parents have been dealing with one of the issues with one of their dogs. They thought it maybe had like cancer because it had like some kind of like thing develop in its eye. But at least it sounds like it doesn't have any sort of cancer, so that's good. It's just like some weird thing that happened. So anyways, long story short, they've been out of the office, and so I've been the one kind of manning the ship there with one of the other partners, and it's actually been pretty chill, at least. So not too bad, but obviously at that point, it's like you instead of the day being super annoying and bad because it's super busy, it's like the inverse where it's like it's just super boring and like dry, and you're just like I'm just sitting here like wasting time. So that sort of thing does happen as well, but thankfully there's still plenty of stuff that I need to be doing, so shouldn't be too bad in that regard. But he should be back tomorrow. But again, yes, we did get the lotto guide out yesterday. For those of you guys that didn't see, go give the video a watch. We've also got it posted in Discord. Feel free to check it out there. Again, just a PSA, if you guys haven't ever joined the Discord, feel free to hop on, join the community, get in there, start talking. You can, again, discuss things in the FGO channel, or even if you got questions, you can also ask in CAD chat. That's also a thing. CAD chat, this has kind of been a subject matter here lately, but CAD chat can be used to discuss like literally anything in relation to my community, so it's perfectly fine in that regard. I just ask that you guys keep it civil. But yeah, and as always, you guys can also follow me on like Twitter and stuff. But admittedly, I haven't been too active on Twitter as of late, but it's mostly because I don't really have too much to tweet about. And I assume chat doesn't need to hear my insane ramblings about like WoW or other things. So I just go like, it is what it is. In WoW news though, there's this that happened, and I will show you guys right here. So if you know, but this is my original mage from that was deleted 15 years ago, and I got it back. I got it restored. So it's kind of wild. I never thought I was gonna see this, but yeah, I managed to get him back. It's funny too because they updated like a lot of the character sprites and stuff, and I was like, oh, I wonder if they're gonna have changed the way it looked, but still looked 100% accurate to how I remember it, scoliosis and everything. But there was some like weird stuff with the achievements where I'm not sure I got credit for everything. I need to kind of look into that more. But I do have several of the lore master achievements. I have several of the old like raid titles and stuff, so it is nice in that regard. You buying that auction house mount? I already bought it. I already bought the Gilded Brontosaurus for $90. Yes, I wailed in WoW. To be fair, I still have like a ton of classes that I want to level, so to me it was like, okay, I'm just gonna like go ahead and get this, and then I can auction house from like anywhere. So it was definitely a nice thing in that regard. Still gonna do my what's the term I'm not remembering. Keep wanting to say proof to hear it's not that storm pods. God. Gotta do my storm pods here, and then we'll get to the actual event proper. The 90++ node, as you guys saw, though, that was actually what I was doing when you first came in. It's not difficult, at least from what I've seen. If you're using the damage sheet, it's not difficult. If you're somebody that rolled and you're trying to 6-slot it, that's probably going to be a little bit more of an issue. But, I mean, it's the same deal as it always is, kind of like we were talking about with the lotto yesterday. Usually, the intended way for you guys to handle ++ content is for you to 5-slot it and use damage Cs. But there is the occasional comp where you guys can get away with using a 6-slot. It's just... usually it requires like, a grailed 120 NP5 unit or something like that, or at least a pretty robust NP level unit in some of the circumstances that has some kind of niche or ability to like leverage damage really hard. Cad, no, you could have bought an FGO pack for what? Like, in all seriousness, that's the issue that FGO has right now, is it's not really enticing me to roll. I know people really like Khadroth drop and stuff like that. It's just, for me, Khadroth drop is a subject of relatively low interest. Obviously, I found her like inclusion in like the story chapters, like in LB6 and stuff. That was interesting, but Yeah, it's like outside of that, I don't much care for the character. So to me, it's like, yeah, she is what she is. I do think she's a good unit, but I don't think she's a gotta roll. So I just kind of go like, okay, I'm just gonna save. We've got Christmas upcoming. We've got not anniversary, New Year's upcoming, and then at some point Ordeal Call 4. So we'll just have to see. But yeah, I just figure it's like may as well just keep saving throughout the year, hoard my courts, and that way I'm less likely to have to spend money on JP. You go meta and grab some melt NP copies. No, I'm good. Like, and to be fair, I don't have melt either, but it's one of those same deals where I'm just like, I'm confident in what I do have. I picked up Waisky Kenshin for the niche that melt covers. At this point, melt's definitely a better cover of that niche, at least to an extent. But yeah, it's like I'm kind of covered. I don't need a buff stripper in that regard, so I should be okay. You got a rolling salter? Did I? Wait, do I have melt on JP? Maybe I do. I'll have to check. There's a clip. Yeah, God, I just forgot at this point. And forgive me, chat, because I know people are like, wow, how does he not know what servants he has? It's like, well, I play 2 servers, and at this point, I probably have over 300 units on both accounts, especially the NA, right? So it's like, yeah, sometimes I forget if I rolled one, especially if it was like a spook and not a targeted roll. I do like my buff strippers, I'll tell you what. Yeah, oh no, having buff strip is fantastic. I have my Saint Quartz fragments at 99 plus again. Oh, listen, come talk to me when you have them in the hundreds, right? Like where it's like, oh, I've got like 500 Saint Quartz fragments. Oops. And then you're like, yeah, I guess I should convert some of these. Because that's the other thing is like, if you just sit there doing weeklies for a long time and you don't actually roll, you're not really incentivized to convert them. But I do know like a lot of people go banner to banner. A lot of people just like to throw YOLOs out. So it's like not everyone's going to be like me where I just, I only roll at this point. Like on both servers especially, I only roll when I feel like there's a need, when I desire the unit immensely, or I just have like something that I don't have is up for grabs. It's not like I don't need every unit. I don't need every single possible capability. And so I make do with what I have, and so far it's served me well. There hasn't been like any content or anything, especially on the JP side, that I haven't been able to get through. Usually more than anything, more than having all the units, the biggest barrier to me playing on JP is the language barrier. Just simply like mechanics being in Japanese and me not knowing what they do. So at that point, I either have to rely on chat or go to a site like App Media and try to like figure out what's going on from that. And that's usually the most difficult time I have at that point, rather than the actual mechanics. Once I have a grasp of what's going on, and I think this is probably something that chat doesn't realize, but it's like, once I have a grasp of what's actually going on, I can usually quickly figure out a solution to it. That's not the issue, because it's like, I know enough of the roster that I can quickly pick up on like, oh, okay, that's the solution to this. It's when I don't know the parameters, when I don't know what's going on, or I'm unsure, that I go like, okay, I'm not sure what to do here. That's the difference. So it's like, I get a lot of questions about like, how do you build team comps and stuff? And that's usually how a lot of it comes easier to people like me, because when you know a lot of the roster and a lot of the unit capabilities, it's easy to figure out what the counter is. When you are still new to the game, team building is very difficult because you don't know who does what. And so that makes it a lot more rough for people to try and kind of craft a custom tailored comp that's going to work, short of just kind of relying on like same old things that they've been doing. Like to keep an eye on my total easier? Yeah, I don't care too much. Is Kukulkan NP1 enough for the current ++ node on JP? If you're using damage sheet, it probably is. Because the whole node is Earth, as Avalon pointed out. getting Kenshin on an A, but might skip to given this melt buff. Yeah, that's kind of the point that I was making. I mean, Kenshin's still going to have that nice fact of her being a ruler, so she's going to be neutral to a lot of things. Whereas Melt, she'll be great against like, obviously things like Foreigner and the Cavalry classes and Berserkers, but you start trying to go up against Knight classes, that's going to be a lot more hairy. So it really does depend. But yeah, I think it's tough to argue against Melt right now. That buff was just kind of like nutty. It's like a perfect buff for her in that regard. So I'm sure to a degree it's warranted. We were talking about it yesterday, but I don't know that the developers have their heads screwed on right in that regard. But at this point, yeah, it's like there's so many units that to me need some sort of love, need some sort of upgrade. So I think it's a good idea for them to just kind of start picking up the slack with a lot of the unit roster. I think that's kind of the big problem that they have at this point is they've let so much of the roster just kind of languish and fall behind. It doesn't mean they're unusable, it just means that like you have to do so much more. It's the whole meme of like, look what it takes to equal even a fraction of our power type deal, where it's like, oh yeah, if you wanted to do this node with like, I don't know, like let's say like Abby Summer, you might still be able to do it. It's not going to be nearly as easy to do. You probably need higher NP levels. Same thing if you're trying to get it done, with like, I don't know, let's say like Okitan versus somebody like, say, Tiamat or Khadroth, who obviously has a damage bonus in the event. The latter two are going to be probably having a much easier time. The former should be capable of doing it, but same deal, probably going to need higher NP levels and stuff like that for it to work at that point. So this is just kind of naturally an issue that a lot of these units face at this point in time. Love the art today. Hey, Wood, how's it going? Is anyone actually rolling Kenshin just because of buff removal, though? That's like saying you won't because you have Tyra or Amakusa. What do you mean? Like, are you asking that did anyone actually? Yeah, because I did, right? Like, I straight up did. Don't get me wrong, I like Kenshin's design, right? And if I didn't like her design, I wouldn't have rolled for her. But I had to justify it to myself, and that was the justification that I used, is that I did not have a single target buff remover. I didn't have Amakusa. I didn't have Tyra at the time, so I'll be glad to roll them just to collect everything. Yeah, I think it's like, this game hits different if you're just a collector and you're trying to collect literally everything under the sun. But, there's obviously levels to that sort of thing. Collecting all units is one thing. Leveling all your units is another thing. Foeing all your units is another thing. And then certainly, maxing out all their skills and stuff like that is a big one for a lot of people. I do kind of like Kenshin, but the melt buff removing justification for me. Right, and that's where I'm saying it's like melt is like low-key power creeping Kenshin at that point. So I do think this is a problem that they're going to run into. Granted, moving the buff removal before Melt's NP is one of the best things they could have done for Melt. Like, it certainly was a glaring issue with her NP, and I will be the first to admit I have always hated units that have buff removal after damage. I like Medea is another unit that has it, and I don't like that she has it. Like, I don't hate the unit, I hate the design of the unit that they chose to do it that way. So it's a very similar problem to me, and I'm like, why? Just don't do it that way. It naturally shafts the unit, and frankly, that sort of thing has no business being on a 5-star. A 3-star, I think that's a little bit more appropriate compared to a 5-star having that. It's like, listen, people paid money for this character, and you gave them a shitty design choice in that regard. It's like, it's the same thing to me with like having demerits on units. I'm like, no, especially not on a gotcha unit, right? Like, to me, it just feels like it's crappy in that regard. I think there's points where you can have demerits where it balances out, but then there's a point where it's like, oh, I just throw a demerit on like every unit skill and it just becomes an annoyance, and you're like, why? This just literally holds the unit back. and it pleases literally nobody. And usually the demerits are punishing enough that the upside of the skill and it quote unquote being stronger to have the demerit, a lot of the times it's not warranted. Like you can kind of go back to Tamamo Lancer's third skill, and it's like the demerit there was just kind of stupid. It did not make a lot of sense, and it wasn't really warranted. So removing it entirely was like, yes, that was a good change. It's a good thing they did that. And that's, I think, like I said, a huge problem that they have is if they try to throw demerits on to justify a unit's strength, a lot of the times it's not enough strength. The unit is kind of piss poor in that regard. It's you can kind of look at Assassin Okita, where like, yeah, she's come a long way thanks to the buff that she did get, but prior to that buff, she had all these demerits on her skills, and the strength of the character absolutely didn't warrant it. She was not a strong character, so it's like I never really understood what their choice there was, and in that regard, it was more punishing than the demerit that her main form actually had. So it just felt stupid in that regard. Felt almost vindictive. And it's like, I don't get that. I don't get why they think that's a good design choice. But again, that's who knows why they make certain decisions, who knows how they arrived at that and why they felt the need to, without, one of those Chaldea break rooms or something on the servant, you're never going to actually know why they made the choices that they did. Which, to be fair, even then, you normally just hear from, like, the artist. You don't normally hear about the unit's actual design choice. Hello, gamer girl. They're trying really, really hard to fix gag servants like Okita Summer. Yeah, and I mean, I'm okay with that. I think they should try to fix them, especially, you've got a limited gacha unit, right? And with the summer units, I think summer units especially have been somewhat deprived of proper scaling for a long time, where like for years you've had units get normal interludes and strengthenings, but for many years the summer units didn't. And so especially if you're one of those earlier summer units, it just feels really bad in that regard. Like even just in the past year here, we finally started to see year one summer units actually getting some love with like Squirtoria and Kyo Lancer and stuff like that. So it's like, it's kind of wild that it took them so long to get to some of them. Peepo, thank you for the 100 bits. I thought you were a guide maker. You did a silly. The lotto isn't until November 24. Yeah. I know. That's why the guide's out. It's out early, so you guys can get prepared. There's still about 2 weeks till it. If Musashi Berserker doesn't care about HP loss, I don't know why it needs to be there. Yeah, I would love for them to actually upgrade that third skill of hers at this point, because to me, I agree with you. It's not a good thing. There are active times where normally like a little bit of an HP demerit, like 1,000 or even 2,000, like with the Korean Skies or Jalter, it's kind of something you have to pay attention to, but it rarely actually comes into play. With Musashi Berserker, if you take her into a challenge environment and the node goes longer than 3 turns, it's absolutely in play for her. She can and will die. So it's one of the bigger issues that I have, is that they kind of sit there and go like, hey, here's this major demerit, but they don't actually really give you the tools. Like her being in a Castoria comp means that, yeah, you don't actually have the healing necessary to pick her up. So if you want that, you're going to have to take another healer. And I think that's maybe in their mind, that was their way of incentivizing it. But especially early on, like with Musashi's initial release prior to Castoria, that was just a shit hand. Like they did not do a good job of appropriately balancing her in that regard, because it absolutely was not warranted. Okay, let's do that. Let's pre-card and then we'll do that. Oh, you get the easy crit there. Just isn't warranted for her buff. Yeah, I agree. It's going pretty good, JC. How are you doing? This is a banger. Yeah, it's the Dan to Dan to Dan to Dan to Dan opening. I can't just say Dan to Dan. I have to say it like multiple times. Haven't watched Dan to Dan yet. It's a good show. I recommend it. It's pretty out there. I've heard people liken it to Fooly Cooley, but I didn't really much care for Fooly Cooley. And I do like this one. So to me, this one has a much more coherent story. It's not as ephemeral as like Fooly Cooley was. There's an actual plot line and you can tell what it is. And so in that regard, I do really like it. It's just wacky, zany, and it dabbles in the occult and the extraterrestrial. Plus hot gilf. Yeah, I know that the internet is gonna go insane over that one. It already has? Yeah, I'm sure. That's not even a surprise to me. Well, Buff kind of annoyed me because she didn't need a rank up to after the effects from after. Wait, huh? Cat doesn't care for Puberty the anime? What? Now I feel like I'm out of the loop. Somehow in like the last like 3 sentences, I've just completely lost chat's train of thought. They made Summer Musashi into a truck wrap. And added Fate and FGO decals. Oh yeah, no, you see that happen all the time. I know there's plenty of like Artoria and Rin ones that are out there. So like, yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that somebody did it for Musashi. Oh, Fooly Cooley. Okay. Yeah, I had no idea what you were referencing. I haven't given Fooly Cooley probably enough of a chance to even really know much about it. It's like, I think I've watched something like 5 or 6 episodes of it, and I was just like, this anime's not for me. That's just kind of what I determined. And that was, God, I don't want to think about how long ago that was. Was just a set of music videos for the pillows? Yeah. Fate is a bold card rap choice. I think it depends on the rap, right? Musashi. Look, at least if you're doing like Berserker Musashi, especially, right? Like, what are people gonna see? They're gonna see an anime girl, sure. But if you try to rap your car for anything anime, that's gonna be a thing anyways, right? So let's just go ahead and discount that one. And then it's like, what are they going to see from there? Well, if you're smart about it, you probably have her in the Second Ascension form. So they just see a skimpy anime girl in an American flag bikini, and they're probably just like, hell yeah, brother. To them, it's probably like, okay, other than the fact that it's anime, it's like, yeah, the typical male, right? Sigurd needs the buff badly. I think people get too caught up on Sigurd's NP damage. That's usually what I notice when a lot of people complain about him. They just keep going on and on and on about his NP damage. And to me, if you're going to use Sigurd, it's not about the NP damage. Like, it's there. You can still use it. You can still get okay damage out of it, but don't expect it to be Musashi level damage. To me, Sigurd is more about crit damage. That is kind of his major niche there. He has 100% of it built into his kit. Sigurd has a buff. It's called class score. Yep. Yeah, I mean the man's tied for second highest attack power among sabers with a 100% crit buff, so that man cards hard. Did Melt need the NP upgrade? That's my kind of point that I've made, is I don't really feel like she did, but I at least respect the fact that some people probably feel like she did. And I'm going to say that at the end of the day, the buff still doesn't make her damage output that insane. I think what's actually pretty crazy about it is that she is competing pretty hard with the actual cavalry class units. That's where I think she's showing stronger. It's like when we showed you guys the numbers there, yeah, she's not top dog. It's the fact that she's the odd man out. She's the alter ego doing those numbers. Everybody else that you'll compare her to is an actual cavalry class unit with 2 times advantage. Melt, on the other hand, is only sitting there with 1.5 times, and she's rivaling them. So I do think that's a problem. I don't think it should be that way. And Jack can tell me I'm wrong on this subject matter, but I believe alter egos should lose to cavalry classes handedly. I believe that if you're playing a cavalry class, it should have, again, the actual advantage of using it. Because to me, what the extra classes are good for are these scenarios where, yeah, it's a mixed class node, or again, you might not have the actual hard counter to something. So I think they still have their uses. I think they still do get used. But to me, they should not outshine the proper counter to something. It's the same argument that I would make for Berserkers. I don't believe Berserkers should be stronger than any of the, true damage dealers of their respective types, because they should be a 1.5 times modifier. So when you start having Berserkers that are hard power creeping the actual Knight and Cavalry classes, we have problems, right? At that point, why do you roll for them, and why don't you just keep using the Berserker? So to me, that's where a balance issue comes in, and that's why they need to balance it. They need to make it so that, yes, you actually have people wanting to roll for the other units. Just change the effect to put them before it would still be a great buff. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that being said, I'm not the biggest fan of them like, oh, hey, we're going to only buff the effect and not your damage. People would complain if that was the case. They would be like, why didn't you buff her damage? This is BS. And to be fair, yeah, I think retroactively looking back at any of the units that got no damage upgrade or got a half upgrade, I think they were stupid buffs. I think they shouldn't have done that. So I can empathize with that. And that's where I've said, I think we can complain about the melt buff, but ultimately at the end of the day, it won't really matter as long as they do their job and actually buff the other units. That is the big elephant in the room, though, is they're not buffing the other units, or at least not nearly fast enough. So we kind of end up in this weird position where it's like, okay, what do we do? Because we have one unit that is standout and clearly better, and that unit remains the standout for 2+ years. And then you go oh man, everybody rolled that one unit and nobody's rolling these other units in competition with it. I wonder why. And then finally it's like the light goes on and the devs go, oh my god, we need to buff that unit. Draco also exists somehow. Yep. Tea ceremony, gardening, and poetry, perhaps. The proper counter class. Well, using the proper counter class is always going to have the advantage of if something goes wrong, the proper counter class won't die nearly as easily. That being said, especially in some of the high-end content, it doesn't matter sometimes. You just get crit down. You just oh, wow, that enemy killed me even though it was the counter class. 3 times 3 turns, why on a 5-star? Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's stupid. I think it's petty of the devs. I think that comes from the era where the developers were super afraid of BB Summer and her card lock. They really were like, oh my god, if we let this person have uncapped and they have this crit damage, oh my god, they're just going to start destroying things. And then you look and it's like, oh, hey, you know who else is 100% crit buff and a 3-turn steroid? Muramasa. And so you're like, hold on, wait a minute. Like, yeah, like I said, to me, there shouldn't really be, hard limitations like that on a 5-star skills. That should be why they're a 5-star. Aussie buff incoming? Right, so, here, chat, let's buff Aussie again. Are y'all okay with that? Because I think somewhere in the corner, the Kets fan is over there just crying. And is like, what the fuck? When are you going to buff Kets? Right? So that's where it's like, yes, I understand people like strong units. I really feel bad for the people that, their favorites have just been utterly fucking left behind. I don't think anybody should have to feel that way. At least 2 enemy nodes to actually refund. You can still make do with a single enemy wave. Man's got 50% charge. Kets will just go extinct if he got another buff. Right, and that's my issue, right? It's everybody's always in favor of oh, I love it when the popular character is strong and on top. But then when somebody passes them, we cry. And then essentially, you have other people that are like, when am I just going to get any amount of attention? I just want to be competitive. I don't even need to do more. I just want to be competitive. Bring me in line, right? That's like your Tamamo Lancer, right? That's where those things are like, hey, yeah, I'm sorry, but the devs have dropped the ball, especially for certain units. Even if you were to say, you know what, let's throw out every 4-star and less. Let's only look at the 5-stars. There's still units that are extremely underappreciated, even for just the 5-stars. Best buff she got before her deal call? Yeah, you're not wrong. Actually, that's in the game now, isn't it? So I can get that on an A. I need to start trying to aim for it, because that will make my Artoria and La Artoria and Mordred comps just a lot better. Like Seat and I, who we discussed yesterday. Yep. And it's I don't know, right? It feels like we're beating the dead horse to an extent, but yeah, I expect better of these devs. And I know people probably think it's oh, he complains too much about it. And I'm like, well, someone has to. Basically, the squeaky wheel gets the grease, so somebody has to step up and be like, why aren't you buffing this? And make the community more aware. Do I actually think that I provide that service? I don't know. I don't think I'm big enough or popular enough to do that sort of thing. But yeah, my hope is that at least it makes people more aware of yes, these units do need love. They do need attention. Rate up? No, not rate up. Tesla's highly underappreciated. So to be fair, this is the public consciousness issue. You remember how for years people thought that Artoria did less damage than Salter? And it literally was not true until Salter's most recent buff. So it's that same issue of people just being oh, hey, this is what I heard, and it just carries on in their consciousness for years. So same deal with Tesla, where it's everybody knew that Tesla was this RNG unit, and even though his damage was okay, people just didn't want to touch him because of that RNG aspect. The reality was Tesla was never a bad unit. He just had, obviously, that RNG problem. And so then they come in, they buff the RNG problem. Tesla is one of the best archers now. And a lot of people just don't know that. Admittedly, I don't talk about it very often, but it is a thing. Arturian can Black Grail loop with a pin 5 and double Oberon. Yep. I find to be justified and constructive. The others, I feel like they're doom posting. Yeah, I mean, again, you know me. I'm not going to try to like get in on specifics about other content creators and stuff. But yeah, I try, right? Like, because at least I've been doing this long enough. I stream, regularly, at least at this point. So it's one of those deals where I know at this point that all this stuff has been said before. And also, I've had people over the years come up to me and be like, hey, you're complaining too much. Hey, I don't like it when you do that and stuff. So I'm at least conscious of it. I try to be like better with it and be more constructive when I can. I won't just say what I have a problem with. I'll say why, and I'll try to give them a like, here's what I hope they would do, right? AoE archers are too busted. Yeah, I mean, pretty much. Actually, pull a mud rain when I was rolling fresh. Yeah, the problem with it, it's going to be like Black Grail, right? So there's just not going to be an actual rate up, and then it's going to be way more like dependent on what you have, right? It's like you'll just get lucky and you'll end up rolling one or two of them, and then for other people, they'll just never see one. Unless you like Tesla, you're not going to immediately notice it. Well, the other thing, too, is Tesla's a story locked unit, right? So a lot of people don't have him. A lot of people don't realize, that he is the way that he is. NP5 2K Fode 10 Tesla here. Why not 120 IA? SMH? Nah, just kidding. Ishtar and Gil being super popular. Yep. And that's why I've said, like, a lot of this stuff is when the character's popular, nobody cares what happens to the other characters. When the character is not popular and they're on top, people are angry about it. And then simultaneously, it's one of those deals where other units just get forgotten. It's not that anyone hates them. It's just that they're not the most popular thing. And so they're just kind of left by that wayside. Like, again, it's cats all over again. Do people like cats? I'd be willing to bet that if I took a poll right now, more than 70% of you would say that you like cats. In fact, it might be something absurd like 90%, right? So at that point, I think you can look at that and you can sit there and you can say, wait, hold on. Like, if Kets is this popular, why hasn't she gotten a buff? And the answer is, I don't know. I actually don't know why they haven't given her that attention in that regard. Like, I do understand in other ways, but to me, it's like, it's a weird thing to watch them ignore certain characters. I have Ishtar, Gil, and Tesla. And out of the three, Tesla is my second most used. Yeah, so for a lot of like, I've talked with whales over the years, right? As well as just being one myself, and a lot of people I know, like, Tesla is their third choice behind Ishtar and Gil, and yet they're using Tesla, and the reason why is because they're already done using their Gil or their Ishtar. Like they basically max bonded them, and they're like, oh, I need another archer to work on. And Tesla was the next man up. He was just the second best, or, well, third best thing at that point. So they just went with him. But yeah, he's one of those, like, better kept secrets. He's not much of a secret at all. It's just like most people are not aware. And this also happens where, again, like, the buffs over the years, people don't realize, they don't remember that a unit got buffed, and then they revert back to, again, that original thinking like I was talking about. And it just carries on. My Tesla's Bond 10 and not my Ishtar or Gil. Yeah. Well, Tesla can be really useful because of his niches. He has very wide niches. We still have units with broken NP modifiers like Beowulf and Jack. Yeah. I mean, the Jack one at this point probably needs that upgrade. It's one of those deals where, I mean, again, like, you guys saw that spreadsheet that we were posting the other day. Where is it? Yeah, so here's your one turn burst, right? And it's like, you look, who's on top here? And this is like your cavalry classes. Oh, look, MHX against Saberface is doing like 2.1 mil. And it's like, where's Jack on this list? Not here. So that is going to be an issue at that point, right? That means that Jack's not in the realm of Li Shuin, of King Hassan, of MHX. Jack could use the upgrade. Like, she's not a bad unit. She could just use the upgrade to maintain that competitive capability with those other units. Don't forget about Summer John. Yeah, I would actually like to see Summer John get an NP interlude finally, because Summer John's not a bad unit. Her issue has always been her damage, but now you have units out there like Durga, and Durga just is like the modern problem to an ancient, or sorry, the modern solution to an ancient problem, where it's like, oh, okay, well, we need a looping archer that does good damage. And it's like, well, at least if we take John Archer, we don't have to worry about the refund, really. Durga's also, to a large degree, that same way. And yet Durga will do a lot more damage now. So to me, now there's room for you to actually do that. And I've said it before, I'll say it again, it makes great sense, especially with these summer units. People love the summer units. People want to roll for the summer units. And the only thing that's going to stop them from rolling for the summer units are, one, if there's no banner that's available and they can't get access to them, or two, the unit just happens to be so bad that they choose not to roll for it. Or again, at least bad by comparison for anything else that they may be looking at. So different people have different rolling priorities. Some people will roll for gameplay. Some people will roll for waifu and husbando only. It doesn't matter. And there's any number of other priorities in between all of that stuff. My advice to the devs, if I could give any, would just be that the more units that you buff and keep kind of in line and in balance, the better it is for sales, because it's just going to sell more units, not less. Buffing Jarcher isn't going to mean that you sell less Durga. It might, right? Like, you might sell a little bit less Durga, but the reality is it just probably means you sell more of both units as a result. As people go, hey, I really want like Durga for whatever reason, but also, hey, I can grab Jarcher. And so it's like they may just go, hey, I like both of these units. Why not both? Both is good, right? And they just do the whole El Dorado meme. But yeah, I think that's one of those things where the more they keep online, the more like balance they have and unique niches that they give units so that they can all kind of remain competitive, the more their sales increase. The more they make a super unit and make that unit stand out, the more their sales go down, because people only begin to roll the super unit. And I think that's a problem for them. They just go, oh, I have a one size fits all solution. Why am I going to roll anything else? Speak of the Avalon and he appears, Avalon was probably always lurking. And I say that because Avalon provided me with my numbers. Was just AFK. He can't be best mod if he's AFK. Avalon overworked. Listen, chat. Avalon can predict me. He knows what I'm going to work on. It's not like I surprise you guys too often. If I surprise you guys, usually with something I've done on the side. But my stream schedule is relatively predictable at this point, right? No, I'm AFK. Don't you dare. I just that took like 2 years off my life right there. Imposter, apparently. I would ban you if I had the power. Summer Yuri Pirates. Summer Yuri Pirates have at least gotten some love. And that's like, at least the Summer Yuri Pirates got like the one buff that they really needed, so. Falling down the 40k rabbit hole? Oh God, 40K is a deep rabbit hole. Actually, I wouldn't even say it's a rabbit hole. It's some other type of hole. Yeah, no, I've been good. I've been playing a lot of WoW lately. It's been helping me have that like game on the side that's consistent that I can just keep playing, you know, for like when FGO doesn't have stuff and everything. So I've been doing good. Other than that, life has treated me like shit, but that's just life. So I've missed your live stream for Warhammer lore vids. How dare you? First of all, let me say that this can be an informative Warhammer lore stream. You just simply have to ask the question in chat, and we have any number of Warhammer lore experts that would be willing to tell you. And then the best part is you'll get to watch them battle it out live in chat as they argue with each other. I'm sick again. It sucks. Oof. Hopefully you get better soon. Probably. See, yeah. And it's not like hateful battling, it's more like spirited debate, right? Surely we have those people at an FGO stream. Oh no, you do. You have those people everywhere in nerddom. Okay, chat. Where were we? Let's go back to this. Go back to this. Eri Sugoroku. And we get to talk about going to the Britomart. Why? This is not how I wanted to do this. It's probably just faster to type it in up here. I almost typed Britomart. Burrito. Okay. AKA this game's version of Samus Aran. Get rid of Charlie the Mang. Dude, I don't know why I keep getting that stupid like pop-up. It's for my Magic Actions app on YouTube. And it just, I swear, like multiple times a day I get the pop-up, even when I'm not touching YouTube. So I'm just like, what the hell? just go away. Okay, let me double check something here. What I thought. It does seem like we'll get along. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. We're getting set up here to do the Britomart recording, and I have to remember what things Britomart uses. I'm sorry, chat. I'm going to say Britomart throughout the video, and I know it, and you can't stop me. That's, oh my god, I cannot spell. Chocolat. There we go. Britomart doesn't have Invuln Pierce, right? Oh, she does. Okay, I forgot about that. And it's on NP too, so I really don't need it then at that point. There's actually not much in the way of recommendations then that we can give. Yeah, I was thinking about putting in HNS, because HNS is at least available on JP now. Okay. Just looking over something real fast, chap. I never thought about that. Five. Right, but it's not a 5 turn, so you can't get it down to 4, so you can't use single. Okay. I couldn't remember if that was an exception with her as well. I didn't think it was, though. I'm surprised, Avalon. You didn't put what's his face in here? God, I wanted to say Tai Gong Wang. Tai Sui. You didn't put Tai Sui in here. You don't have to. I'm not asking for it. Just that it's funny because Tai Sui is always applicable to all this crap, right? Like, but it's also the same deal where it's like it's kind of beating the dead horse. Cat being tough, no. I'm mostly memeing because I know Avalon himself knows that, like, how many times we've had to put Tai Sui in these freaking numbers. Like any cavalry class unit, it's like, okay, throw Tai Sui in. And there's a reason, even though she's a knight class, that we'll be looking at that. So, okay, let's get this party started. Hey guys, my name's Khadroth, and today we're going to be talking to you about Britomart. Britomart is going to be our new servant coming to us, again, with the Tamlin Cup, aka the Fairy Knight Cup, aka Morgan Fest. Now, Britomart is going to be a limited unit. She's going to be an AoE quick lancer. That's definitely going to be something that a lot of people will look and go, wait, hold on, isn't she really similar to another unit whose name starts with B and R? Britomart. So at that point, Britomart and Britomart are somewhat analogs. We'll talk about that a little bit here, but definitely Britomart is going to be an interesting unit for a couple of reasons. For starters, she does have some good niches. We'll get into that when we start to talk about the NP. And you can see, I think a lot of people are probably just going to roll just because they really like her appearance. She definitely gives that sort of Samus Aran vibe with the way that she starts out in an entire mechanized suit and then kind of begins to strip out of it in typical, anime form here. And it's definitely going to be a unit that I think a lot of people are going to like and probably roll for, especially in light of the popularity of, certain other animes that have been out there recently involving elves. But either way, just taking a look at Britomart's numbers, let's go ahead and begin. So you guys can see she actually starts out with about 11.8k attack right there. It's certainly not the strongest or anything like that, but it's actually a pretty robust number. This is A-OK in terms of raw attack power. Now, attack power is not the end-all be-all for a unit, but it's always better to have more than less. So in that regard, her number being okay here is definitely a good sign. Her HP value is rather on the thicker side. It's about 14k, not to the 15 or 16k threshold there, but it's certainly going to be beefy enough that she'll be able to take some hits. She's also going to be an Earth attribute unit, have 90 star absorption and 11.8 star generation, so should be pretty good on that front. Her NP charge attack rate here is going to be 0.72. Remember, she is a quick unit, so having a little bit more here than average is certainly going to be warranted and good to see. So definitely not the biggest of concerns with her in that regard. Her NP charge defense will be 4%. Again, nothing too much to write home about there. just a little bit higher than the average at 3%. Her death rate is 28%. It is a little bit higher than average as well, which is a bad thing, but ultimately at the end of the day, it's not too much higher, so nothing to really be concerned about there either. Her alignment is going to be lawful good. She is a female gendered unit, and she does not have a whole lot of traits here. You can see she has the Fae trait, the loved one, aka Brynhilder's beloved for Bryn, and then non-hominide, servant, 7 knight servant, and weak to enemy elish. So that's really all that she has that you can try to exploit with her or try to buff her with. Looking at her overarching deck here, she has a double buster, double quick deck, which is sort of the standard nowadays for a lot of our quick units. It's a very good deck, and it's certainly something that we like to see, given Summer Scotty, as Summer Scotty can not only buff quick, but also buff buster crit. So this does give you a lot of cards to work with by which to maybe, crit down a wave and move through it without having to NP. Simultaneously, you can see her hit counts here. The average is going to be about 3 hit counts on most units. So her cards all having 3 hit counts is certainly a good thing. And then you have the quick card here having an extra 1 there at 4, helping its performance out a little bit more. So another really, really nice thing. Looking at her active skills here as we move on, you can see that she's going to grant herself invincibility for 2 attacks, 3 turns. It's certainly not a hard invincibility there for like an entire turn, but it's at least multiple attacks, so it's probably not something that's going to go away immediately when the enemy just taps you once. So it should provide you a little bit of staying power in that regard, especially for trying to live through something like a Noble Phantasm. She's also going to increase her own NP generation rate for 3 turns up to 30%. So given her looping nature, this is going to make you want to lore this skill just to kind of get the most NP gain out of it you can. Remember, NP gain's a really useful thing, especially for our quick units, as they oftentimes end up needing it to help facilitate the better NP generation numbers. It's going to also increase the critical attack chance resistance for herself by 30%. So this is just going to make it a lot harder for people to crit Britomart down. Again, forgive me if I stumble on that one. It's going to be a little bit difficult. But yeah, it's going to be a lot more difficult for that to happen. And you guys can see with it being 30%, it's a pretty robust one. A lot of enemies themselves are going to kind of just be canceled out from their ability to crit with this effect in play. And certainly if an enemy does have crit chance up or something like that, this will help counteract that some. So again, all of this on a 6-turn cooldown. Her second skill here is a crit star bomb of up to 10 stars, and then it's going to gain crit stars every single turn for 3 turns up to 10 right here. So again, stars really shouldn't be a problem with Britomart in the comp, especially since you'll probably be buffing her with one of the Scotties, so you should be having stars abound, especially every time you NP. But certainly this is going to help your turn-to-turn star count, maybe make it a lot easier to get something like 50 stars, and certainly a nice thing for her to have in her kit. She does have debuff immunity as well for 3 turns. This is certainly going to help her out in a challenge environment, or just environments where you really feel like you're just going to end up with a ton of debuffs getting thrown your way. Again, the 3-turn duration here is absolutely going to be nice. So just basically nothing's going to be able to interfere with her while this is active, and definitely a nice thing. She will also increase her own crit damage for 3 turns. Again, sort of the analog to the crit attack resistance there. Now she just gets crit damage herself of up to 30%. So certainly going to help out those Scotty crits even more there. All of this as well on a 6-turn cooldown. Her third skill here is going to end up being Fairy Knight, aka Fairy Kingdom. It's going to be her sort of dual steroid that she has for quick and buster performance for 3 turns up to 30% each. And this is certainly going to be a nice effect, given the fact that, again, 80% of her deck is either quick or buster. So you definitely have a lot of opportunities to make use with these 2 steroids. From here, this is also going to double up as her actual charge skill. As you guys can see, it is a 30% charge skill. This will pair very nicely with her having the mana loading append, especially if you max it out. That way you can combine the 20% from that with the 30% here, and that should be able to get you to a nice even 50% number, something that Quick really likes to have in all of its comps. So certainly a nice thing for her to have a 30% charge skill. Again, all of that on a 6-turn cooldown. Her passives are actually relatively bare bones. She just gets magic resistance B, increasing her own debuff resistance by 18%. The only other one that I maybe would have liked to have seen would have been something for writing, maybe to help the quick card performance even more, but it's not really that essential. Again, she does have relatively high hit counts and some extra things like the quick steroid in her kit to help it out. So to me, the passes here being a little bit bare bones, it's rare to see this nowadays. This is more like a year one type thing. But ultimately, it doesn't make her a bad unit. It just means she doesn't have something OP hidden in this segment of her kit. Talking about the actual pen skills here, again, my recommendation is going to be the mana loading, as you guys heard there earlier. Again, it's just going to pair really nicely with the 30% charge skill, so that's where I think you're going to get the value. Obviously, the anti-Avenger attack damage aptitude, there could be some synergy here. I'll talk about that here in a minute, but really, to me, this one's probably the odd man out. I would instead probably focus on the special attack finesse improvement for the extra crit damage, or even the skill reloading for reducing the cooldown times the first time you use a skill. Both of those should provide a little bit more value than the third append, and certainly even the first append with the extra attack finesse can be useful, especially if you're going to see yourself using her in more of a solo or challenge environment a lot more. Your Noble Phantasm is going to be a 6-hit AoE quick MP, as we mentioned before. Obviously, it's not too robust in terms of the hit counts here, but do remember she has quick up, she has NP gain up, and she has a decently okay base NP gain rate. So the 6 hits here is nothing too shabby. Again, a lot of the times where we're looking at quick MPs, we see units up in the like 10 or even 11 range if they have really good hit counts on a quick MP. So 6 is maybe a concern, but it shouldn't be too big of an issue for her. You guys can see, though, she will ignore invincibility activating before any damage goes out, so you're not going to need anything like an invuln pierce CE necessarily on her, unless you're just worried about carding and wanting it to come into play before an NP or something like that. She's also going to here increase her own damage against riding enemies by 50% for one turn. This is interesting because not only is this a sort of odd niche for a Lancer to have, but this is a power mod. So it's going to be a 50% power mod for one turn. This means that once you've used the NP, any additional cards that you use for the remainder of that turn, including your extra attack, will deal 50% more damage to riding enemies. That's different from a super effective modifier that only buffs the NP. So this is going to be a decent thing for her to have, as it will impact cards potentially as well. Then from there, she'll finally deal damage to all enemies. You guys can see Britomart has not had an NP interlude yet, but who knows what the future holds. And then, again, the overcharge effect here is going to be that it deals extra damage against rider enemies. So this is a peculiar one, as this is a super effective modifier of 150% base, and it scales all the way up to 200% super effective. So the interesting part about this is that obviously this would normally be a neutral enemy for Britomart, a Lancer against riders. But this will provide at least a little bit of oomph if she does end up against a rider in a certain node. And the interesting thing here as well is because she has that riding power mod, you can see there are certain riders that she will fare extremely well against, as most of the riders do have the riding trait. So that is a good chunk of the rider roster that she's going to do very solid damage against. And it doesn't have to be restricted to that. Obviously, the super effective modifiers here, but you never know. You might find the occasional archer, although they are fairly rare here. And you may end up finding, obviously, units like Berserkers, where you do have some actual effectiveness to be able to be had. So this is, again, going to be a very interesting NP, as it's something that you'll want to pay attention to with how you can apply it to give her other potential uses rather than just being your, typical Lancer to go against your archers. I do think this is an interesting niche for her to have, and certainly it is a strong one. Again, maybe you can find some sort of synergy with the third append there, the anti-Avenger one, but to me, like I said, probably not a huge deal. So, that is going to be her kit overall. Let's talk about potential craft essences. So Britomart is actually going to be a unit that can start and loop from 0. You are going to probably want 3 enemy waves, so a 3/3X type of node for something like a Black Grail start, but it can be done, especially if you're supporting her properly with the right units. We're going to talk about that here in a second. But Black Grail is going to be how you're going to get the most damage out of her. It is really going to help. And then obviously you have other things like Rising Mud Rain that could potentially be used. Maybe get a little bit more super effective modifier against a Rider enemy if you use something like that. Chocolate Heaven is going to be a really strong one as well if you want just a little bit more NP gain, but you still want to start from 0. This is going to be kind of this in-between of, hey, I don't want to have to use starting charge, but maybe Black Grail is somehow not getting me enough NP gain. Chocolate Heaven's going to increase quick performance, which will also help the NP gain, NP damage, which is just going to be raw damage, and then NP gen by up to 20%. This one is unfortunately a rare one from one of the old Valentine's events though, so if you have it, great. If you don't, try to look for something like this that can also enhance the NP gain. With regards to 50% Cs, Traces of Christmas can be another good one. It's also all attack scaling like the other two that we just recommended, and it as well at MLB can be 50% starting charge, NP gen, and quick up. This is going to be something that you're going to want to use when you feel like you have to use a 50% starting charge standpoint. So maybe against nodes that are, not 3/3X type of setup. Maybe it's like, a 2 enemy wave or something, and you just really feel like you need that extra charge to help things out. And then you also have a little bit of extra, looping power here with the NP gen and quick up to kind of help you get there. If you just need the 50% starting charge and you don't really care too much about having the extra loop ability, something like Holy Night Supper, which is now available for purchase on JP and its Mana Prism shop, can be had. And this one has just always been a solid CE over the years. It's all attack scaling, basically 50% starting charge, crit damage of 15% that'll help her, and NP damage of 15% for a little bit more firepower there. So those are going to be the craft essence recommendations. Like I said, you don't really need anything like Invincibility Pierce because she's going to be fine in spite of it. Now, let's talk about refund numbers for Britomart so that you guys get a better idea. So when it comes to, again, overkill and stuff like that, do keep in mind that overkill hits can get you more NP gen. And usually when we start talking about things, we go, okay, in a 3 enemy wave, she's got a 6 hit NP. So that's going to be 18 hits that she's going to end up having the potential to do. And if we want to overkill even 3 of the hits, that means that we basically killed all 3 enemies. If you do that, you'll get 3 overkill hits. That's going to be looking at about 47% refund. Not too great there. But if you can get to even 5 overkill hits out of a potential 18, you're going to instead at that point be looking at the actual break even of 49.89. That will round up if you get this all the way up to 100%. So this is going to be good. So again, at 5 out of 18 overkill hits, should be pretty solid. That means that her NP refund, especially for a quick unit, not too shabby there, as she should be able to hit that 50% break even point relatively easy. Now, that is double Summer Scotty against 3 neutral enemies, though. If we're talking double Summer Scotty plus an OG Scotty, aka triple Scotty, then at that point, with even 0 out of 18 overkill hits, you will hit the 50% mark. So triple Scotty can be something that you can do. But if you want to get away with double Scotty, it should certainly be possible, especially if you're trying to work in someone like Oberon as the 3rd support for more firepower. If we're up against 3 Berserkers, this gets a little bit spicier in the triple Scotty setup again. So we're just going to say 3S here. You would need still 7 out of 18 overkill hits against Berserkers if you wanted to hit the 50% breakpoint. If we are going to do, again, sort of Bride can lower that instead if we're using, again, her over the 3rd Scotty. Remember, Bride's got that 30% charge, but that 45% NP gain built in. So NP gain doing some solid work there. So if you're using Bride as the 3rd support against 3 Berserkers, you only need 1 out of 18 overkill hits at that point. So Bride would be kind of your better, more looping facilitating option there. But again, it just depends on kind of what you're facing. let's go ahead and let's talk about those charge scenarios now. So it's going to be kind of your mock composition for how you would handle a node. It's going to be Britomart against 3-3x neutral enemies. So again, your node is set up where 3 enemies in the front wave, 3 enemies in the middle wave, and then we don't care how many are in the final wave. This is going to be the one that needs 5 out of 18 overkill hits. You can see we start her out with a maxed out append, her own 30% charge. That's going to bring her to a solid 50%. You don't need a CE for this. So then basically a double Summer Scotty and Oberon setup, and you're going to end up with another 50% charge from one of the Scotties. Basically at that point, you have enough to fire off the NP. Should, if you used all the Scotty buffs there, get you to 49.89%. Use the other Summer Scotty charge. Again, rotate out for Oberon if you so choose. And then from there, you'll refund about 47%, which then means Oberon will be able to pick up the slack and complete the loop. If we're just 3-3x against neutral enemies with triple Scotty supports, then it's the same sort of initial setup there with the append and the self-charge, and then basically rotating each one of the Scotties through. However, you probably will want to plug suit and swap for the third Scotty immediately on turn 1. So do all of the first Scotty's buffs and then rotate, but you guys can see the refund numbers should be perfectly fine there. And then as we get to the third option here, this is going to be the Nero Bride. We're actually going to be using Nero Bride with a singular Summer Scotty and then Oberon as the third support. This one gets a little bit spicier. As you guys can see, we still do the same initial setup to get us to 50%. But then from there, we use all of Bride's buffs. That gets us another 30. We rotate, pull in the Oberon. That's going to get us an additional 20. And then that will be enough to NP the first time. That should bring us to 49.28%, so just enough to round up. From there, we're going to go ahead and use the remaining Scotty 50% charge and basically fire off the NP one more time, getting you the same 49.28 and allowing you to be able to work in Oberon's 50% there. So again, numerous possibilities for being able to 3-turn. You can probably make do, especially if you have some amount of starting charge, against a non-3-3 setup type node, but that will mean sacrificing something like Black Grail or again a 0% starting charge CE. Do keep in mind as well, you can also work her into multiple damage dealer comps. That sort of thing just gets hard to model the, overall flow of the composition, as it's very node dependent and it's very dependent on who you have alongside, as well as what supports you choose to use. But yes, these options are all available to you. These are just some of the kind of cut and dry, easy scenarios that we could present. Now let's go ahead and let's talk about Britomart's damage numbers. So taking a look at this is her self buffs only. This is neutral damage. This just means no class effectiveness is shown. So you guys can see this is self buffs only without again, support casters, craft essences, mystic codes, none of that's included, just Britomart with her own skills. And you guys can see at NP1 here, you're only looking at about 19k normal. At NP5, we go up to about 32k. But we do have the writing and writer niches in here that can bump us up to about 29k and then 48k. These are still neutral. And then if you manage to have both effects in play at the same time, so instead of the or, it's writing and writer at play at the same time, definitely some solid raw numbers here, as there is some good damage potential. Now let's go ahead and let's look at Britomart again in two scenarios here, but these are going to be actual compositions. So now we're including the support buffs, the craft essences, the mystic codes in here. You guys can see it's going to be Britomart with 2x Summer Scotty, Oberon, a level 100 Black Grail, a maxed out Neo plug suit, and then this is going to be one of the comps that needs that 5 out of 8 overkill hits, which shouldn't be too difficult to hit. So obviously for the first two waves here, your damage is going to be meh, but then by wave 3, and this is sort of typical of an Oberon comp, wave 3 gets a huge spike. So you guys can see pretty solid numbers. They're still neutral, but this is including the support buffs. Second, we include writing. It goes up to about 301. The second we include writer, it goes up to about 397. And then boom, if we have both, 452k, certainly a much more stable number. Now, do keep in mind, if it's both, it's probably because you're against an actual writer. So this would be your true number, as this will be neutral. But if you are doing, say, just writing, this number could certainly go up if you're up against a archer, for instance, that had writing, as you would be able to get the actual class effective modifier in there. In P2, the numbers are much as expected. They just kind of keep going up. And again, you can see pretty hefty advances if you do have in P2 of her. The second comp down below here is going to be the triple Scotty comp. It's the Black Grail variant, and you guys can see definitely comparatively to something like the Oberon comp above, the first two waves are a little bit higher because we're going in with triple Scotty buffs the whole time, but wave 3 in the Oberon comp is going to be a little bit higher as a result because of his wave 3 burst compared to hers. So it definitely depends on where you feel like you need the damage. If you feel like wave 2 is a little bit spicy for you, but you clear wave 3 easy, definitely something like Summer Scotty may be the better option for you, but it just depends on what you're trying to face. And certainly you guys can see, again, the writing and the writer niches here, each kind of getting their own, with it going up to 390k against both neutral there. And then again, you guys can see it sort of paralleling just with a little bit slightly less numbers to the Oberon numbers above. Now, that's going to be Britomart. Let's look at Britomart to make this even more confusing for you guys. So again, Britomart is her sort of Paladin of Charlemagne type of analog, and she is going to be another AoE quick lancer. You guys can see, due to Bradamante's buffs over the years, she is also now a Black Grail looper, for any of you who didn't know, and she can definitely pump some decent numbers. She also has that Earth super effective modifier in there, and that's definitely going to help that out. So certainly some damage capability, but Bradamante probably going to lose out to Britomart depending on the composition and depending on what's in play. But it definitely depends, because if you do manage to get something like the Earth niche, you're going to be able to pop off. But really, when it comes to using, say, Britomart or Bradamante, it's really just going to come down to using them in their effective niches. So it really just depends on what you're trying to do. If no niche is in play, Bradamante should win. If there is any niche in play, which is where you should be using either of them, then they will win in their respective niche, just depending. But it definitely depends on the node. Similarly, we can compare it to someone like Erish. A lot of you guys, I know Erish is a popular character. She's a more buster-driven character, though. And you guys can see, this is sort of how she is on NA right now here, with the 2x Koyan, Oberon, and a level 100 cranking. You need that 50% starting charge CE. So this isn't going to be Black Grail, and thus she's going to lose a lot of firepower. Against the Earth niche, certainly still strong, but yes, without the actual Black Grail, those NP1 wave 3 numbers not looking too hot, especially in comparison to some of the others. Obviously, you can have higher NP levels, and that can shore things up, but where Erish is really going to come into her own is going to be with JP's recent addition of the 5th append, because Erish is actually one of those units that, because of the addition of the 5th append, if you have both her 2nd and her 5th, you will be capable of doing a Black Grail loop with her now. It's going to require a double Oberon comp instead of a double Koyanskaya comp. You're still going to be using one Koyanskaya, but that is going to make for a lot of wave 3 firepower. The issue at play here, though, is that NP1 for waves 1 and 2 is going to be still rather anemic. So just keep in mind, depending on what you're facing, it may not be the best of scenarios. So again, definitely an interesting thing, though, to see that Erish comes a long way. She gets quite the boost, basically doubling her numbers from the 5th append and allowing that to be used. So certainly a nice one. Then we've got Melisson here, and well, y'all know the story with Melisson at this point. She's going to be pretty strong by comparison. Double Koyan Oberon, level 100 Black Grail. She can also get anti-man due to Koyanskaya of Light, as a lot of the Buster units can. And you guys can see, just calm, cool, nice and even, 440k without really having to try. Pretty much still just beating Erish's numbers unless Erish is up against the Earth niche. And then same thing, if you do have the man niche, she's certainly pretty close to Erish's numbers, though Erish would still edge. The issue there is just that, again, you're probably not going to see Earth and Man at the same time where it's really going to matter. So Melisson just strong, and that's going to be one of the big things that I think a lot of people are going to ask themselves is, hey, do I need someone like Britomart if I have Melisson? Your answer is no, you don't. Again, it's just going to come down to taste and your desire to roll for certain units, but Melisson will absolutely beat her if you do have the proper setups. Now, I think at this point, it would also be fair to include someone like Huyan Zhou. Now, I probably butchered the name again. I'm sorry for that. But Huyan, who just came out on NA, is an AoE quick assassin. You might be asking why we're including her in this, and the answer is because Britomart, again, deals super effective damage to rider enemies, which is Huyan's true actual counter class. So you guys can see we're going to be comparing numbers here. These are neutral, so basically you get to 2 times everything on Huyan's numbers for your actual. You're not going to necessarily, with somebody like Britomart, actually be winning in that scenario. You're not going to be beating Huyan Zhou. Even though she'll show a little bit higher, Britomart is basically going to be dealing those actual numbers that we displayed, whereas Huyan is going to be dealing the 2 times, and that's going to make her stronger in that scenario. She also has the anti-evil niche, allowing for a lot more capability, and you can even work, instead of a triple Scotty and Oberon in, it's just going to require way more overkill hits for that sort of thing to be feasible. And one last note in there for any of you guys that were around for summer and got the Welfare Valkyries. The Welfare Valkyries are still just going to be holding strong there with 291k, since you're guaranteed to have NP5 of them if you did the event, and then 480k there on Wave 3 if you manage to be in an Earth niche scenario. So again, keep in mind, each of these numbers will be 2 times if you're using them against an actual rider. So I guess, long story short, Britomart, not going to be the best in terms of damage. She's not going to beat Melisson. She's not going to beat, actual assassins at going up against riders. So where is she going to be strong? Well, she's probably going to be strong if you feel like you need to leverage this capability to deal extra damage against riding and rider enemies, but it's maybe like some sort of mixed node. That is to say, there's maybe rider enemies in the node, but also archer enemies. That's where Britomart will really shine. She'll have that capability to kind of deal, either effective or semi-effective damage to both. And that's going to be what you'll really find useful about her. But admittedly, she's not going to be your strongest unit, and it's really just going to come down to taste, like I said. If you feel like you desire her because you really like her designs, go for it. She is not a bad unit. She's certainly not the lowest damage of all the Lancers or anything like that. But admittedly, most of you will probably have other Lancers at this point in time that you kind of already have up and online, and so you won't need her. So again, let me know what you guys think about Britomart. Will you be rolling for her with this upcoming Morgan Fest, or will you be punting in light of LB7 and New Year's coming? I'll be curious to hear you guys' thoughts. Again, thank you all for watching. Don't forget to check out our Lotto guide and join our Discord if you guys got any questions. I will see you guys for the next one later. Who was that? Okay. Yes, thank you. I said Bradamonte's anti-Earth was a super effective, and I looked at the number and I was like, that's a power mod. So I knew I made that mistake the second it came out of my mouth, but I was like, whatever. No one will notice. Yeah, I knew it. Usually when you see super effective chat, super effective is usually about a 50% increase to a damage output. Whereas like a power mod, a lot of the times, like, and I'm talking like actual numbers, right? Like actual numbers on paper. So let's find Britomart, right? So if Earth were a super effective modifier, you would be looking at, let's see, so what's half of that, 140? So you'd be looking at, what, 420? So this number would instead be like 420k. And I looked at this number, saw it was 323 to the 285. I was like, that's a power mod. So I immediately knew, like, oh crap, I screwed up. I still want a burrito? Yeah, look, chat. What's her face? God, why can I not think of the name of the anime? The other gremlin elf woman that casts magic and is racist against demons. Blah 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 blah. Why is my brain blanking on this? Freyrin, yeah, that's what I was trying to come up with. Is like, yeah, she's basically Freyrin, at least in terms of her design. She's Freyrin with some pontoons. She's Freyrin that has like actually developed, but she's like looks wise basically Freyrin. And you can kind of see that here. Upgraded Freyrin, yes. I'm saving for Kukulkan, but I really love her gameplay. Yeah, I have Britomart on JP. I don't regret having her. She's still a fairly good Lancer. Like, obviously, again, if you're somebody that's just going to go like, oh man, but I have Melisande, I don't need her. Yeah, we know, chat. If you have Melisande, you don't need any other Lancer. We got you. But yeah, I think this is where it comes down to exactly what I've been talking about for like balance concerns is like, there are people that will just roll one unit and just continue to use that one unit. But I'm gonna be honest with you, while it's not a wrong way to play, this game is ultimately a collector game. So roll for the unit if you like the unit. Who cares if the other unit's stronger? You can easily just choose to use this unit in place of that. And that's how I choose to do things. Is like, I roll for the units I want, and I just use whatever unit I can get away with. So a lot of the times you'll see me use like the lowest common denominator in effect. I will, if I can get away, chat, with using Spartacus in a node, I will use Spartacus in the node. That's just how I work. And then it's like, oh, does the node require my like grailed super 120 Lartoria? Then I'll do that as well. So, and anything in between. And that's where, like, to me, it just is more about, you know, like trying to utilize all of your units effectively. Lies and slander, you still need Erish, the queen of all lancers? Who? I'm sorry. Are we not paying attention to who's on screen right now? No, I'm not talking about Britomart. Sir, this is a Lartoria stream. No, that's fine. Like I said, people have their own favorites. Using your favorite is not wrong. It's all I'm trying to say is that don't listen to people that are like, oh, all you need is like this one unit. Because, and I have an eye-opening thing for especially for you new people. If somebody is telling you you only need this one unit, here's a spoiler. It's their favorite. Like 9 out of 10 times, the person telling you that is telling you that because it's their favorite unit and they want you to roll for their favorite. It has nothing to do with an actual gameplay consideration most of the time. For instance, somebody's saying, what? No, you need Erish. She's queen of all lancers. Yeah, it's that person's favorite, right? And that's all it is. So it's like, yeah, you can choose to engage with the person and listen to them and assume that they're telling you the truth. Or you can just go like, okay, that's cool, man. And just kind of brush it off and realize that they're biased, right? Like, it's totally up to you if you want to heed their advice or not. said the man who liked Lartoria. Full disclosure there. I have lots of favorites that almost diluted the word. Yeah, exactly. Melisson is my favorite. Yeah, and see, that's the other thing is you'll see a bunch of people be like, oh my god, all you need is Melisson. And it's like, you just really like Melisson, don't you? No, yeah, that's exactly what it is. And that's, like I said, chat, it's not a bad thing. There's nothing wrong with that. It just is how it is. Pissing the night away. How many days do I have left on that? 6? Okay, we need something to do tomorrow. So tomorrow, chat, I'm going to be doing the remaining, and I need somebody to remind me of this. I'm going to be doing the remaining recollection quests for LB5 on JP. Because I will forget that. So please, somebody remind me that I need to do that. The closest the Lancer comes to being a favorite for me would be Nezha. That's a funny way of saying Lartoria, Avalon. That's weird. That's really weird. I don't know why you would spell Lartoria that way. I like Melu, but also Erish and Ryoma. But I like her design, so I'm going to try to go for it. Yeah. It's her Chinese name. Oh, I see. Well, I was gonna say, isn't Nezha a gender bend as well? So maybe, right? I like Canis. I like Ryoma. Well, and this is where, again, like, to me, in the ideal world, yeah, each of the units are different, but they all have their uses, and none of them is too far from each other in terms of performance. I think that's the ideal, right? You're obviously going to have a unit that's strong. You're going to have a unit that's on top. But, like, again, we can kind of go back to this and we can say, when you look at this, chat, this is Erish pre append 5. So, oh man, Erish got a buff. She's pretty good now. Here's Erish's anti-earth number. Well, let's say you're in an earth node. Are you going to take Erish? Or are you just going to take Mel and not care what the node is? That's the issue, chat. It's the numbers, especially for Mel. The numbers are so outlandish. They're so not in the same ballpark as the other Lancers that's why you have that issue. So it's like, to me, Mel can remain strong. There's no issue with that. They need to bring the other Lancers to be like, hey, look, okay, now you actually have somebody competing with Mel. So they need to go back. They need to do this for like Ryoma, for Lartoria, for like several of the other Lancers that are out there, Vitra, and pick them up and pull them forward to like at least be competitive with Mel. Mel's always going to have the advantage of being a buster unit that can Black Grail loop. You're never going to take that from her. So to me, she's already too strong to begin with. Make the other units strong to at least compete with her. And then people can just go with their favorite, and no one will have to feel bad about going with their favorite. You won't be able to see people browbeat each other over it either, because unfortunately, this is the issue. Whenever there's a strong unit that's on top, for instance, chat, should you roll for Khazra drop? If I were to ask this just randomly out of the blue, somebody will tell you, no, roll for Tiamat. And that's exactly kind of what goes on. You will see people that will just say, no, roll for this clearly stronger unit over and over and over again. Whereas the question, it may not be a gameplay question that I'm asking. The should you roll for Khazra drop may be a philosophical or a preference thing. So that is, again, why this sort of thing ends up being an issue is you get just a ton of people stumping for the strongest unit or for the, most popular unit, right? Like, it's just a natural thing that will occur. We need a buff dangerous snake lancer. Yes. You must clearly roll for Tia Mama. You'll make her cry otherwise. See? And then you get people that are now pulling the, like, they're pulling on the heartstrings. I want to roll, but I can't afford to. It happens, right? Like, I think this is sort of the issue as well, is like FGO has so many new units that if you're a free-to-play player, it's impossible to roll them all, right? And that's not a problem. It's just you have to pick and choose. You have to go for things that like both benefit your account and are units that you like. So it's also where like the more balanced the game is, the better it is, because then it's like, oh, I didn't roll for Tiamat, but I instead rolled for this other alter ego, but at least I'm not shafted, right? Like at least this unit can also function. And to be fair, every unit in the game can, quote, function, but can they function to the same capacity? Can they do the same nodes, right? Like, for instance, chat, I walked into the node on JP, the 90++, and at Avalon's advisement, I just went in and I took Kukulkan, and it just worked. If I were to try that with, you know, another AoE foreigner, it might not. It might just be purely because of Kukulkan's Earth, or it could just be because Kukulkan's nuts and she does a ton of freaking damage. So if it is just because it's Earth, that's fine. But if it's because Kukulkan just does a ton of freaking damage and no one else can approach that, that's kind of a problem, right? That's where it's like, oh, hey, this is only viable for this one unit. Why is it not viable for the others? And that's where, again, like the balance consideration comes in. That's why I've said, like, as they've started to come out with 90++, it started to put pressure on your lower rarities, your 1 stars, your 2 stars, your 3 stars, especially. But even your 4 and your 5 stars, if they're like unbuffed, they're kind of going, what the heck? Because of the 90++ content. So, yeah, I mean, if you got like a damage she or something, you can kind of still make do. But what if you don't? What if you're trying to be efficient and you're trying to do it with like max drop bonus or something? These are all considerations that I think a lot of people make as they try to approach the nodes. For Matahari, yeah, I mean, why can't Matahari 3 turn a node? What the hell? I mean, maybe if you get lucky crits, right? Maybe it's a double Doman Matahari comp. Or a Khazra, a double Khazra drop Matahari comp. Quite good for CQs usually, at least. Yeah, exactly. And that's, I think the 1 stars should obviously not really compare to the 5 stars, right? Like, but you still want them to be usable. You still want them to be useful. That is how they've always been. And so if we ever change that, that is a change. That's not how things used to be. The 1 stars have been usable even for farming content. So as we started to get to 90++, yeah, I mean, the only 1 star you might see there is going to be a rash in a lot of those scenarios. And that's kind of obvious as to why. Make Hans a 3 turn? Yes. Make Hans adult again. Arash do Arash things. Mm-hmm. The Eternal Rotator. That sounds like a great honorific for him. One that is not, you know, diminutive and debasing him. His damage is crazy. Arash should be a 4-star. Well, it's funny, right? Because, like, you say that. We have Arash 4-star. Arash 4-star at home is just Habitrot. So, like, the difference between Arash and Habitrot is that Habitrot has more charge. She can do, like, basically, she can start from 0, right? So, in that regard, yeah, I guess it makes sense that she is the 4-star. And to be fair, you don't want Arash to be a 4-star because the greatest thing about Arash is that he's cheap. Absolutely amazing. So, and she's dominating the AoE writer side of things now. Yeah, because they low-key made her too strong, right? Like, her damage, if you go look at her damage, you're like, oh, that's not that crazy. But then you start to consider the fact that she's a welfare and you're guaranteed the 5 copies as long as you keep rolling your FP out and you've beaten LB6, and you're like, huh. Yeah, this does kind of shit on the other AoE writers. Especially, it's like you start comparing Habitrot NP5 to like, you know, I don't know, like NP1 of like Da Vinci or Odysseus. They might have their own uses, but yeah, the Habitrot probably wins on damage. Kills herself, but you can choose when to do it too. Yep, which is really nice. Now we also have single target ration, JP, with the free Berserker and the collab. Yep. God, what's his name? I can't remember it. I can see him. Sonoji. The Wolfman. Sunny G? Yeah, I guess Sunny G is kind of like Sunny D. Okay, chat. I'm gonna switch gears here. Like I said, we'll continue with the recos tomorrow. But in case anyone's curious, yes, I do have my mage back. This is my OG mage. He gave me a lot of achievement points. I think I went from getting my mage back. I think I went from like 4,000 achievement points to 12,000. So that's like, wow. Like he added a ton of achievements. He's beautiful. Thank you. Just a couple more. Yeah. He basically, you know, like what? Increased it by like 200%. So, you know. Feels good when my servants are roided enough to 6-slot the first and third 90++ nodes in Morganfest. Hey, as long as you can, right? That's, like I said, I'm sure there's going to be some people that are. They're going to be like, oh, why didn't you include these in the guide? And I'm going to be like, because normally we don't recommend, like, NP5 comps. Those are always possible, but it's usually, like, a bad thing, and you normally don't want to do it. Just for various reasons. Oh yeah, so today, chat, WoW added this mount into their shop. It's a $90 mount. And yes, I bought it. But it has an auctioneer and a mailbox on it. So like, for instance, I didn't have to go to the mailbox. Boom, I just was able to open it. Oh, hey, I need to sell this thing. Boom, I can sell. So, yeah, it's expensive, but like, other than like grabbing like weekly quests and like, you know, using a portal hub or something like that, like I don't have to come back to the main towns really. Again, there is the anniversary stuff on. I have another delve I need to do. I also need to do a stone vault. I don't know if the boys are around and hanging out. And you can see quite a lot of them there. Oh yeah, no, someone was memeing that that WoW probably made more money off this mount already than the entire expansion combined. And they're not wrong. I actually think they're right about that. Because so many people bought this freaking mount already. That second one is insane though. What, the mailbox? Having a mailbox wherever you go is definitely nice. But to me, I like having the auctioneer because then I can just like go in and I can be like, okay, I need to sell this. Boom, bismuth. Okay, what's this gonna sell for? Boom. Let's actually just get even more money for this. You can see both these are smaller quantities. In fact, even the 800 would probably eventually sell. But if I want to assure that this sells, I'm just gonna go ahead and I'm gonna set it at the. Actually, I don't know why those two are different. They're both the same. I'm still going to set it at the 2068 mark, though, and try to get the most money I can off of it. That is a soulbound back. Let me disenchant this. It was really funny. My original mage, and I'm still just, like, debating if I want to level him compared to this mage. You can't class change, which is unfortunate. But my original mage, he's, like, exalted with all the old, like, reps. Like pretty much everything, like, Wrath back. He's exalted with like 90% of the reps that are there. And I'm just like, holy shit. Like, I see why there was so much time, which actually, I don't know if I can do the plaid. Yeah, okay. So I've played this for 7 days, 13 hours, and 42 minutes. Let's go see, chat. Let's go see. I shudder to see how much this is. Sorry, I was still talking about FGO. No, it's fine. Chat. If I switch games, that doesn't mean you can't talk to me about FGO. I'm perfectly fine with answering questions about stuff and talking shop. It's not like I suddenly have quit playing FGO the second I play another game. I'm still somebody that does play it. Okay, hold on. I gotta do something real quick here. Will it let me hit the settings? Channels, get rid of the services. There we go. Oh, now I don't have to see that. All right, so let's do /played. Oh, okay. This definitely backed some out. Like I said, it used to be 2 years plus. Now it only shows 225 days. So that can't be right. That can't be right. Aurelia hiding it? Yeah, sorry. It's down here in my chat log. It says 225 days, which, like I said, there's definitely been some issues where when I go look at the achievements, for instance, you guys can see that's exploration, characters, quests. Be under quests. Yeah, I used to have Lore Master. Now there's way more that's required for Lore Master, but I used to have the Lore Master thing. I don't have it anymore. And you guys can see, I have Eastern Kingdoms, Outland, Northrend, but I don't have Kalimdor. But if I go to the Eastern Kingdoms one, you can see I have this achievement, but it says I'm missing Silver Pine and Hillsbrad. So it's pretty clear that yes, I had the achievement at one point, but retroactively it's changed, right? It is what it is. I'm not going to get too upset over it, but yeah, my character has old titles like Champion of the Naru and stuff that are just no longer gettable, so it's definitely an interesting thing in that regard. Curious Cad, do you have the feat of strength for leveling your barehanded weapon skill to max? At some point I did, but whether or not I have that, I don't know, right? Because yeah, some of that stuff's it's not even in the game anymore, so I'm not even sure it's possible to do. But yeah, I'll have to figure out what to do with him, because since you can't class change, there's really no point to having two of the same class. I'm not gonna delete it, but I've debated do I just level it up anyways and then make it my new main, which would undo all the progress I've made on my current character, or do I switch which faction it's part of and make it an alliance mage, or do I don't know, right? Do I just use it to do transmog runs for getting mage glamours even faster? So it's there's any number of uses that I could have for it, but none of them are truly good. So I'm just kind of meh at that point. Oh yeah, I saw that, Jay. The Girls Frontline 2 thing's doing a beta as well. I don't know if Mr. Creamy or Mr. Ash are in here, but if either of you guys want to do delves or something, I'm down to clown. I do need to do a stone vault still. And something. What is this? Daily diagnostics. The 4 machines within the stone vault? I don't think I've done that. Girls Front Line is a few years behind now. I think I'm good on that. Oh no, this is Girls Front Line 2, not Girls Front Line, right? But yeah, apparently they're doing an open beta for the second one. If this weren't Soulbound, if this were Warband bound, I'd be loving this. But because this is Soulbound, I don't think that's gonna be good. Yeah, I'm just gonna disenchant it. Boop. Now the funny part is I can go back to my mage, and unfortunately I don't have tailoring on my mage. I guess somewhere in Northrend, like during Wrath's expansion, I switched over to jewel crafting because tailoring wasn't as good as it was in TBC. And so my character has maxed out jewel crafting for the first 3 expansions and maxed out enchanting for the first 3 expansions. So I was like, holy hell. Don't want to play a gacha a few years behind again. Oh, I gotcha. You're saying because it's already been out on JP, or not JP, China, right? So yeah, I feel you on that, and I do agree. I feel like these games need to start doing simultaneous translation. I understand there's an extra burden there, but I feel like that's just so much better than having to have a completely separate like staff and department that's running 2 years behind. Like I cannot imagine that's the better solution, right? Did you get all your transmogs back? I don't know. I looked through. There were a couple like new ones. I have a lot more mounts now, but they're mostly ground mounts. So like, for instance, I do have things like the Ironbound Proto Drake. This is from Glory of the Ulduar Raider. I have all of those done. But this one, like, you can still obtain this one. And what was weird is I was like, man, I should have all my old, like Drake mounts that you could get from like Ulduar and stuff, because it used to be there was like the capstone one like this, but there were several other like ones that were time limited, and I was like, wait, I was around, I collected all of those, and yet it's like I don't seem to have the stuff. So I don't know, maybe I need to put in another ticket or something like that. But definitely a weird things. The Nax ones, was it Nax? Is that what it was? Because I should have like all of my Nax achievements and stuff. It's really funny too, because you can see like some of my achievements are done like, you know, in the last like month here, and then others were done back in 2009, which was the last time I played. So it's literally been 15 years in between the achievements. Check your feats of strength while you're in your achievements window is open. Okay, so where are those? Because I have no idea. Yeah, you can see it's like I don't have credit for like any of these, I guess. I have it's over 9,000 and that's it. Mounts, I had the Death Charger's Reigns, I had the Red Karaji Battle Tank, Swift Hawk Strider. Obtain the Aqual Quintessence. I don't know what that is. I don't remember it. Those are back from 2008. Yeah, like I said, Legacy. Proof of Demise. Timir Foresees. Tab just above Legacy. Yeah, I did. There's just nothing here. Like I really don't have very much from this. So maybe I just didn't have like as much as I thought, or maybe like when they restored it, it didn't catch. Because like one of them is, for instance, my highest PvP rank that it shows. Oh, I don't think I can use it because it's not on this character, but I have the Blood Guard title on my mage, and I'm like, hold on, that's weird because my mage got all the way up to Warlord and had the Warlord title. So I don't know why Bloodguard is the only one that I have. right? Like, so it's like, yeah, there's just some irregularities, but I'll be honest, I doubt they can prove them. Like, it's been 15 years, and I'm sure some of the details have been lost. So it's like, I remember it, but I have no way of proving it to them, and nor do I think they have any record of it, right? Some scouts and grunts floating around? Yeah. Did not play WoW since Cataclysm. I don't even know what's going on in the game. Right now we're in the War Within. It's the most recent expansion. It's basically out here in Khazal Gar, which is yet another island that they've added. And it's sort of the Isle of Dorn. And the Isle of Dorn is like the Earthen Isle. It's the Isle of like these earthen dwarves. However, underneath it, you have like kind of like how in D&D how you have the Underdark. So there's a pit like over here in the capital city where they actually go downward, and down there is how you get to the rest of the areas. Like all of this is like under the ground, like all of these zones. So like that's the big thing, is like the underground with this one. Yeah, let me message them. See if they're willing to do delves. And I'm trying to whisper people and it goes, ha ha. But yeah, that's the current expansion. Since Cataclysm, there's been several other expansions. Let me think. So we have it. Like, I played, so it was Classic originally, then it was Burning Crusade, then it was Wrath of the Lich King, and that's where I quit. Then it went Cataclysm, where you last played. After that, I think it was Mists of Pandaria, and then I think it was it Draenor or Legion after that? This is where I get confused, because, like, it just kind of blends together to me. Oh. Hello.
Hello. Hello, chat.
This is Mr. Creamy in here. Let's see what Ash is doing. Reviewing tanks. Wow.
Have you talked about the mount yet?
The mount? Which mount?
Oh, the whale mount.
Oh, yeah, I told them about it.
Tell him it makes the balls hot.
Yeah, Mr. Creamy just bought 2 of these. He bought one for himself and one for his mom.
Yeah, it was a belated birthday present for her.
Mm-hmm.
I walked in there, I told her, I was like, hey, you know, there's this new mount. She's like, oh, yeah, what is it? And I'm like, oh, it's this, like, a dinosaur, and it has a mailbox and an auction house on it. She's like, ooh. And she's
Yep.
like, oh, it's a cool mount and everything. I was like, so I was thinking maybe it was a birthday present. I'll take it. Okay.
Okay, so it's Warlords of Draenor, then it was Legion, and then it was, what, Shadowlands after Legion? And then Dragonflight, or am I missing one somewhere in there?
Battle for Azeroth was before Shadowlands.
Oh, Battle for Azeroth, thank you.
The one that a lot of people want to forget. Allegedly. I don't know. I didn't play Battle for Azeroth.
Wait, this guy just gave me a gift. Okay. No. Oh, okay. Oh, 75 gold. Hell yeah. Hold on. I also have the Grand Expedition Yak, and this one is a repair and a transmogrifier, so it's definitely nice in that regard. Had my Prime lined up better when it ends instead of having this silly time gap. Thank you, I appreciate it. You think this mount makes more than an FGO summer banner? That's a good question. I think that depends on player counts, and I am not really aware of what WoW's actual true player count is nowadays. I'm sure it's in the millions. I don't know how many million. It's probably only like 2 to 3 million active players worldwide now, if I had to bet. But
Just buy it outright instead of having to gotcha for it. So
yeah. Yeah, in that regard, FGO probably makes way more.
Yeah. I mean, like, the price of the mount is disgusting and it's awful. But we all got one.
Mm-hmm.
We all got one.
Do you want to do another bountiful?
Yeah, I'm fine with doing a bountiful.
Okay, let me... It should be one of the ones down below, because none of the ones on the surface are bountiful at the moment.
I see. The Dread Pit.
Ah. I downloaded Chatter, and I guess Chatter must be out of date, because it's also throwing me errors now. Ever since Warlords of Draenor, they stopped telling us the actual player count. Yeah, because I think that's where it went down for the first time, wasn't it? And the second it went down for the first time, they're like, nope. Never again.
It's like Cataclysm was kind of weird, but Cataclysm like shook up things, all pun intended.
Yeah.
And was kind of like brought new life to the classic area, but like Warlords is Warlords is the reason why I quit for 10 years.
So, what was so bad about Warlords? Was that the one where you had the outposts, or?
Yeah, you had the garrison. It was just like it just was not an interesting expansion, and the fact that they brought in like the whole multiverse kind of thing kind of like made it weird. And then I had my own personal reasons. I had nobody else to really play with at the time anymore because most of my friends were gone. And I was like,
yeah,
I gotta replay. I can't progress. I can't do nothing. I was like, I'm done.
I don't blame you. Like, it's low key. That's kind of like where I quit Final Fantasy. Is like I had my problems with the game. There were things that were just pissing me off about it. But really, like the final like deal breaker for me was just a lot of the people that I knew of either weren't playing anymore or had decided to like move on and like play with other people, and I was just like, well, fuck it, there's no real reason for me to keep going. Wait, did you say the Dread Pit? Is the Dread Pit the one that has that Zevrax guy or whatever in it?
I don't know.
Oh no, wait, that's the guy that we killed earlier that randomly spawns. Shit, I didn't have the quest. I should have picked up the quest.
I don't know about the one on Oshkin's head.
From what I heard, it was the daily grind expansion for Warlords. Yeah, and the thing I'll say about this is, I'll be completely transparent here. Currently, I do not like the daily grind of WoW. There's too much time that I have to spend doing the things that they want me to do, and not enough time for me to spend doing the things that I want to do. Because there's plenty of other stuff that I would like to do, but it comes at an opportunity cost of like getting all my dailies, all my rep, and all this shit done. So that's kind of my issue with it, is like, for instance, you do have these like weekly requirements here in the Great Vault. You guys can see I have a bunch of them done already. However, it's like, oh, okay, so for instance, I have done a bunch of dungeons, but I've actually done the time walking dungeons, which are lesser. They're not heroic, they're not mythic. So the reward that I'm getting is a lesser item level. And if I want to upgrade this, I need to sit here and I need to knock out like 8 mythic dungeons if I want to get a good reward. I don't like that, right? Yeah. And so that's like, it's the same thing with delves. And so it's like this content, you know, a delve might take you a half hour on average. A mythic dungeon might take you 15 to 20 minutes on average. It adds up. It's a lot of time throughout your week. And then you still have like, hey, we want you to do the raid as well. And this is one of the easier ways to get loot. I'm glad this is here, but this is also like, yo, we want you to do this. And this is not shared across your characters. So if you want to do this on another character, congratulations, do it all over again. So I don't like that. I think it's stupid, and I think they need to revise how that's handled.
Now you have the anniversary stuff, and tomorrow Hallow's End starts. You have that now.
Yep.
Like,
yep. So there's just more and more and more crap. So
yeah.
And like you're sitting there, you're like, man, I want to level my characters up. I want to like do transmog runs. I want to work on my professions, and you're like, because you just have so much to do.
It's a great time to level, but it's like you have to sacrifice something. So it's like maybe I don't work on my professions as much, which that's a daily grind because you gotta look at your crafting orders. And oh, do you have the materials? No, you gotta go find them or buy them. And now with the new mount, it's a little easier to buy them.
Yeah.
But like it's annoying. Like I haven't been able to work on my blacksmithing, my jewel craft. I was working on my jewel craft and my death knight before you messaged me.
Uh-huh.
Are we going to Dread Pit?
Yeah. I'm already inside.
Okay.
Just waiting on you.
I got lost, kind of. I'm so
You
used
got
to coming
distracted.
down-
It's okay. It happens to me too.
Well, no, I autopilot because usually when I come down to the Ringy Deeps, I autopilot to the Hollow Fall because that's where I always want to go.
Yeah.
I don't actually care about the Ringy Deeps that much. There's
I
not
see.
much
Normally,
in
I
there
fly to
really.
Gundergaz because that's usually where I'm going first. But Gundergaz.
It's a shame too because when I hit Hollow Fall, the Belogorge shifted to purple, and there's supposed to be a rare spawn that drops a mount that appears whenever that shifts, and you're supposed to like do some quest chain to get an item that lets you track him, but I don't have that yet.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, it's just a random spot he spawns, and you have to, good luck to you.
Just do like 2 high level options. Not worth fully filling out the vault. Yeah, that's kind of what I've been doing to a degree. Is like, if there's a reason to knock them all out, I will. But I've noticed too that like, so for instance, I've done like 8 high level vaults, and yet like I'll get 2 616 pieces because of that. And then the 3rd piece, in spite of me still fully completing it, it's like, oh, it's like a 593 piece. Like the game just shafts you for one of them. And I'm like, dude, that's just so bad. Like,
oh, I remember this variation. Okay.
I don't, because this is using some sort of magnet.
Yeah, so you see little glowing rocks on the ground, the gems. You gotta give them the big suck.
They were probably going to pull that guy. Thankfully, this should be a lot easier because we're a lot higher item level than we were the last time we did this.
Yeah. I did it with Mom definitely last week. It's the same variation of the bit. That's the one good thing about like your AV kind of like the optimal to do is eventually your guy level gets high enough where it's very easy.
Yeah. It's just time consuming is the only issue.
It's more of like, okay, do you want to challenge, 9 to your 10 to your 11?
Well, these are delves, chat. This is like a small little like dungeon-like area where you just have a couple objectives that you need to do. Wait, loose memory gems recovered. What are you supposed to do for this?
These little gems that are underneath
on the ground.
Yeah, give them the big stuff. Hold on. Domination.
Yep. Yeah, Creamy is a priest, so he can basically mind control one of the enemies. And he can bring them to fight for us. He'll have to keep recasting it, but essentially it just gives us an enemy that can be used against them. So it's like giving us another member of the party almost. Not quite as effective, though.
However, in Tier 8 Delve, you have the big purple guy you see over buffing the enemies. I can take
that
control
guy.
One of them, and actually, I'm going to take control of one of them because of our stuffs.
Wait, are we getting attacked? Oh, okay.
Oh, Bran's got your
This
back.
guy,
Keep him near me.
that guy. You're looking big and juicy. Good boy. I want to fight. I want to eat.
Just killing the small ones over here real fast.
Yeah.
Don't stand there.
I don't have a target.
Uh-oh. Be okay. There if you need to run by. Yeah, I also got a couple of add-ons here, chat, so that I can more appropriately like see what I'm targeting. I have no idea what the title of the Noble is from, but apparently now I have it as well.
I think Noble's from... No, it's not from Shadowlands stuff.
Found a bit of
Oh,
gold.
we have a problem. They fixed the Shadow Priest thing.
Oh, you can't infinitely keep casting it?
Oh, I can, but it used to be that it lasts for 30 seconds, and the cooldown for Dominate Mind was 30 seconds. Now it's... The mind control doesn't last as long.
So there's diminishing returns.
It lasts for 20 seconds. Like, yeah, they probably found out that people were doing this. Alright, we'll kill them. I just wanted to see.
Well, you killed me because I was in the middle of my big burst phase there. I had popped my arcade surge on him. You're like, let me mind control him. I'm like, no!
Alright, here you go. Here's another little burst phase.
Unfortunately, arcane doesn't work like that. We're gonna be waiting a bit.
That'll die.
Let me get my cooldowns back. So this move that I'm doing right here, that big AoE pulse, that reduces all my cooldowns every pulse. So it's really nice because it's like usually like a good like 25-30% reduction in cooldowns.
Yeah. I guess we could just use Dominating Mind to just help kill with like bigger attacks, and that's it.
Yeah, I don't think we need those assholes.
And who went and told them that the Shadow Priest infinitely dominated?
Probably the Shadow Priest that were like, oh my god, I can keep infinitely dominating.
Just like, you know, people can yell.
The noble title comes from Noble Garden, aka the Easter event. Oh really? Okay.
Oh yeah. Oh, I have to remember that I need to do all these units for down and like get the bottle through great. There's a type of mount you get for doing all the like the holiday of seasons, and all I need is like one holiday.
Is it like
mount.
the festive?
Something like that. But you get a bottle of great.
I don't have a target.
Those webs will summon Rubians.
God damn it, dude. I barely touched that web. If you step on a web in any of these places, it just summons more spiders.
Let's have a quick sit down to recover.
Let me grab one of these. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have the Valor Stone problem you're having, because, like, I've managed to stay off cap, but my problem is I just don't have any of the next tier of runes, so I can't use my Valor Stone. And like we were kind of seeing, it's like I was trying to, before stream, see if I could upgrade my Valor Stones, and I can't. Or not my Valor Stones, my crests. So I can't upgrade them, so I can't do more of the gear upgrades, so I'm just capped, and there's nothing I can do.
Yeah, you can only exchange the blue for the other blue, and the epic for the other epic. It's kind of annoying.
Okay, what do we got to do now? Speak to Vant. This chick that's following us. 3 gem hoarders defeated, magnetic burst devices use.
Oh, this is fun.
Yeah, I don't know what this one is.
It just, that electricity just busts all the webs.
Oh, good.
And like it like busts all the webs that are connected to each other, so it's just like eliminate everything.
I don't know what that was you were casting, but no. Yeah, so this plater add-on I got makes it so much easier to see that they are casting something, because it now appears over their health bar. So now I'm like, oh, it's casting. Let me interrupt that. As opposed to like before where I'm like, I can't see who's casting and what's casting what. Now it's way more apparent as to who's doing what. Crystallized mining there.
Oh, this is a puzzle.
Oh, is it one of those connect the dots type things or unravel type things?
Yeah.
It's too far away.
Okay, I'm just gonna kill the next thing. You got time. They actually kind of tried to nerf Arcane here, which is the spec that I play for mages, because, and I don't show you guys this often, but there are different talent builds. And each class has 3 different specs. So like, mage just has 3 different damage dealer specs. But there's other classes where like a different spec might be like a tank or a healer or something like that. So to be fair, my forte in MMOs has always been damage dealing.
Nice fight!
Like, I'm killing this guy without using any of my cooldowns right here, which is kind of funny.
Mana.
Do them here!
My mana is low. I need more mana. I need a club.
There we go. Okay, so that was a gem hoarder, so that counted.
Come here and recover some of your mana.
I don't know if we need to, like, do something to it. I guess not.
Got a Rubian Lord.
Yep. I don't remember what the boss is in this place. Oh my god, you won! Ugh!
It's a big new Rubian Lord.
Oh, right, and he does, like, the AoE pulse.
Yeah.
How tough are mobs in this delve? Tougher than world mobs, but less than dungeon. Usually worse than dungeon. Like, this is worse than heroic dungeon, less than mythic, I'd be willing to bet.
Well, there's a gem hoarder over there.
Yep, let's kill him.
That's the one of these guys are advantage.
Was there an enemy on me? God, I couldn't even tell.
Those webs will summon the Rubians. Don't stand in them. Oh, Bran's got your back.
No, I'm good. Can't get the 2 chains like that.
God damn it. I pulled one that I didn't need to pull.
That's alright. Could have killed anyone.
Do we?
Murder.
Really? That's surprising? Yeah, because we're doing tier 8 delves. I think delves go up to tier 10 or something like
You
that.
can go up to 11.
Up to 11, yeah. So it's like, there's no real reason to go past 8. Like, you get the maximum rewards at 8. So that's all we're doing. But they're pretty beefy, especially like you'll see with just me and Creamy. But like almost every single piece of content in WoW nowadays scales to your level or to your number of like people.
My mana is low.
They don't gear up to. They don't scale to.
Yep. I do low-key want to try out fire though now. I saw one of the fire talents turns you into like literally the Burning Man. And I was like, damn, I need that. It's like you're just on fire while casting fire. And not like, oh, your feet are on fire, like your hands are going. No, like your whole body is like immolating. So I was like, damn, that looks badass. It goes to 11, huh? Yep.
I'm out of range.
Zappy.
Yeah, you might be able to sneak by, but there's a gem hoarder over there on the left.
Yep.
Marked him.
I'll control the chattering.
I was gonna say you could actually just use that to fear the enemies. Although that may be a problem if they somehow pull more that way.
True. But it worked out this time.
It did.
I need to
Go get him, Mike.
Mike has betrayed us.
Well, Mike can die.
Oh my god, give me that. Yeehaw! Uh-oh. They hurt. Ah! Oh my god!
You can invis it.
That's what I did. Holy shit, they started hitting me like a ton of bricks. Did Bran take damage there? What?
You really need to make a tank version of Bran.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that they didn't, but I guess they figured that that would kind of be abusable to an extent, because like you could just make a tank version of him, and then just heal it, right?
God forbid you can abuse something in the game. The game always abuse you.
Yeah, I know. The only ones allowed to abuse are the GMs, right? You get a Twitch drop for WoW watching your stream, Cad? Nice. Yeah, I did hear, I think, for the anniversary that they're going to be doing some stuff. Because this is WoW's 20th anniversary, but they're also, I think it's like Warcraft's 30th anniversary.
Your mana is looking low. Take a break.
Got a small guy over here.
Yep. He's the actual annoying patrol. Better than pulling the two on the right.
Stabby.
Okay, what do we got? So,
I'll dominate the closest one.
yeah. Actually, I'm not going to blow my load here because I'll probably need it against Boss Man.
Okay.
Found a bit of gold.
Up now.
I was going to say get the Fearmonger if you want.
Well, I got this guy right here.
Oh, whoops. Totally forgot about that.
I didn't see that they changed the dominate mine stuff.
It may have been a stealth thing or something that was like it only appeared under the delves or something, right?
Yeah.
I do know there have been diminishing returns when I try to polymorph an enemy, so that's kind of always been a thing. Like that, right? Although that one got hit, but... Yeah, Bran is an NPC that's with us, and he's just set to, like, heal. Because it makes us, like, just able to focus way more on damage. And we do way more damage than Bran does. Huh. Yeah, he's not going to be worth dealing with in the middle of this, so let's just kill him.
Hey, be careful.
You can't catch me.
I actually keep him on mind flight and just like slow down.
You stunning and me freezing is like really just annoying for him, I'm sure.
Your mana is looking low.
I thought
Take
about
a
that, just
break.
mind flaying the opponent and just letting you kite them.
Oh, it's definitely dumb. Okay, and boom. More, you say?
Keep them near me!
Got an idea. If you say Oxy's far away, I can fade, and then you can invis. We're going to run back and forth.
That's a stupid poop move that he does. Careful, don't die. Brand's like over here just throwing potions at me even though you're about to die.
Don't get too far, you'll despawn.
Oh, nah, missed me with that shit.
Don't hit him with that.
Yeah.
It can't end like this!
I should be able to get it. You underestimate my sneak.
I need more mana.
Awesome, Chad. Making story area of the dread. Well,
I know just how to deal with this one.
There we go.
Stand back while I
Yeah,
clear
Mage
this
is
away. I know
really
just how
hard to
deal
kill.
with
He
this one.
actually has one of the best
Just
moves
the
to
thing
kill
that
me
blasts through
out of all the
this.
bosses that we fought, which is just, hey, what if I just dealt room-wide AoE damage? I'm like, yeah, there's nothing I can do about that. But if he can't get to me, he can't hit me. So he's just kiteable.
That's more like it.
Bountiful. Long-lost choker. It's not an upgrade, but... See, like, I wish I could be like, hey, send this to, like, my warband or something, right?
oh, I could use champion tech, to be honest. I have veteran still.
Oh, wait, can I trade this to you?
That's more
Oh,
like it.
no.
Yeah, I'll definitely trade it to you if you can. It's just gonna get disenchanted if I'm keeping it, so...
Well, let me see what I get first, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Valor shown.
Ice block it. So, I don't have ice block, I have ice cold. And it's a talent version of ice block that allows me to move around and it heals me. It's really nice. So, instead of being true invulnerability, I am like 70% damage reduction and healing. So it's like, yeah, it's really good because it allows you to stay mobile and keep casting.
That'd be a better trinket because it gives haste. 603 versus my 606 gives haste.
Oh, listen, like I said, if it's even remotely like close to being a consideration for you, I'll give it to you.
I'll start with the trinket. Oh, my bad. It escaped. I don't know if you can trinket though, but
Oh, let me see. Nope. Won't let me.
oh well.
I guess because it's from the coffer instead of like loot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It be what it be. Leave delve. Oh wait, there's a leave delve button. I never realized that. I've always taken the like extractor thing and run out. Here, I'll give us a portal to Dorn. It's definitely one of the things I like playing Mage for. Is like, yeah, other classes can get to portals easily. I don't have to go to a portal. I just make one. It saves so much time over like, you know, months of playing. Because, like, down there, we would have had to have, like, flown all the way back up or found a portal down there, which meant... That would mean, like, going further down, basically.
Inquiring minds just got to know.
Okay, 2 bronze celebration
Don't do
tokens.
anything I wouldn't do.
Yeah, Zekvir, Hand of the Harbinger. God damn it. I should have picked up that quest, because we literally killed him earlier today. Oh boy, 900 resonance crystals. Oh wait, no, that's not Valor Stones. Never mind. Well, I guess I am disenchanting Lainak. Yeah, it's got versatility, so I know it's not good for any of the mage specs. Because I think it's Frost likes mastery and crit over haste, because apparently the deal with Frost is like you're sitting there constantly doing your ice shards, which is an instant cast. Because it has like weird stack issues that it needs to like eat the stacks with things. So I guess like it's one of the few like caster specs that isn't just immediately dominant haste.
Yeah, it's like he's master. That's two stats.
Yeah. Warlocks are the opposite. They're a mobile portal for everyone else. Yeah, which is nice. Well, they're not a portal per se, but yeah, it's like they allow you to summon someone as long as you have somebody else with you. So it takes 2 people to summon someone. But it's definitely a good thing that that warlocks can do. Like, we were doing a raid with Ash the other day, and we had like 20 people in the party, but we didn't have a warlock. So everybody that joined had to literally like hoof it all the way to the raid instead of us just being able to immediately summon them. So that's definitely one of those ways in which, like, yeah, just having a warlock can be really good. They can also soulstone people, I assume, still, and they can provide health stones for the entire raid, which is just like it's like a usable health pot. Yeah, so instantly restores 25% health. Let me see. That was my delves. And I have them done for the week in theory, which I'll at least get 1 616 piece off of that. We need to do 2 more delves. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. I should, because we did 3, so I should need just 1 more to get that, but screw that. I don't feel like doing that tonight. Quick method of time walking dungeon. What else can we do to gain the tokens, Creamy?
I sent a list over.
Oh right, the raid thing you said. I can do LFR for her.
Have you not killed Queen Ansarek at all this week?
Nope.
Yeah, that'll get you 3 coins to do her.
But that's basically just me queuing into a raid.
Yeah, that's you queuing for the 3rd part. So you
Yeah.
have to kill Silken Court and then her. I already did that on the priest.
That's fine. We don't have to do it now because I can do something like that on my own. But I'm just thinking if there's anything else, because like, yeah, the problem is we got to get to 100, and I don't think you can get to 100 in the first week. Like, I think this is gonna take like you sitting here for like 2 or 3 weeks before you can get to 100.
Well, there's doing the Severed Thread week. A lot of the activities on Ashka Head.
I already did that.
Special Simons. That.
Yep.
Khazalgar World Boss Kill.
Wait, so Khazalgar World Boss. Well, wait.
Yeah.
Oh no, I already did that one. That's the dude down in Ashka Head as well.
There's I mean, we can do the Alderac Valley.
Yeah, we can do Alderac Valley.
Okay.
Here, I'll give you a lead because I don't know how to friggin' queue up for that anymore.
Yeah, it's the correct then. So I got it.
Chat can see how ruthlessly asshole-ish I am in PvP. Is there actual still like PvP gear that helps with this, or is like Battlegrounds that nothing actually impacts it?
I think, well, there's still PvP gear, but I don't know if it actually does anything different.
Yeah.
I'll go take a look, 'cause I know where the PvP vendor is. So I think basically I have about 18 coins. I sent 20, so yeah, puts me. So I got 40 so far this week. Technically, there's doing.
Yeah, that's because you've done the Queen Ansarek. Because at that point, if I had done Queen Ansarek, I would also be at 40 with you.
Yeah. The other things you can do are weekly PvP mode, PvP plus which is skirmishes.
No, I'm not doing arena. Fuck that.
Yeah. involves you winning. I think that's the problem.
Yeah, it's like if it was just complete an arena match, that'd be one thing. If it's win an arena match, I'm like, I'm not gonna win. Nah, I'd lose. Because, like, arena for mage is like pillar hump and cast polymorph over and over and over again. And it gets really freaking annoying. Like, I can do it, but I don't want to do it. The queue time for this. Oh, only 2 minutes. Sweet, so this should be relatively fast. So is Korak's Revenge actually Alterac, or is it, like, something different?
It says Alterac, but it says, like, Alterac Valley of the Old. Oh. I don't know if it...
Huh.
So...
Yep, there's the rusted proto-drake.
I have that one. I have both of them, actually.
Let's see, how many proto drakes do I have? Here's the ironbound one. He looks a little bit cooler. All angry and breathy. Then I had the renewed one. I have 139 total mounts now. I don't remember that one, but...
Get away from 200.
Well, there's a lot of, like, 20 gold mounts where you could just, like, buy all the variants from them. Yep, there you go. Cenarian Expedition Exalted, the Cenarian War Hippogriff for 2,000 gold. That's a rare one. Like, at least now I would probably have some for that stupid mount contest.
Yeah.
Cobalt Netherwing Drake. Cobalt Riding Talbuk. The Maghar Exalted. Yep. Mm.
This is if you increases your item level while you're in arenas and battlegrounds.
Huh.
So basically, if you're not PvP, your item level is lower and you have less stats. Then
Frostwolf Howler. So this is a sign that I PvP'd, if I remember correctly. All the stupid Kodos. Shatar Skyguard Exalted. So I had the green riding Nether Ray.
yeah, there's another ways you can buy. There's another Drakes. Got all those. We're in Shadowing Valley.
What are you gonna do to buy them?
You just have to be exalted with the Netherwing faction, which you should be.
Should be.
You're not, are you?
Oh, I have no idea. Apparently, the rep is not account-wide. So, like, I can't see. Let me see, though. So, TBC. Which one is it?
The Netherwing.
Yeah, I don't even have them on my Burning Crusade list, so... At least not on this character. That's the Ice Crown Raider one.
Yeah, on this character.
Oh, I have the flying carpet from tailoring. Let's go. I'm Aladdin now, bitches.
I can show you where the Netherwings are.
Oh, you want me to support us to Shattrap?
Yeah. Chatting.
See, so like, this is an example where it's like, in order for Creamy to get to Shatrath, he'd have to probably fly up into the capital hub there in Dornagal, go to Orgrimmar, then go to Shatrath, versus me just giving us a portal straight to Shatrath. You said it's in Shadow Moon?
Yeah, good old Shadow Moon Valley.
I'm actually surprised the queue hasn't popped now. Right, 6 minutes out of a 2-minute queue. I think they said they'd work backwards from newest to oldest on making the reps warband wide. Oh, that's definitely nice if they do that. I would love that, because that's like one of the things we were talking about today is there's like the Argent Squire from Icecrown, and he is a portable bank. And I should have it on my original mage, but I can't get it on this character because I don't have the rep.
Well, that's the thing is if you get it, because they're a toy, if you get it on the other character, then it'll just already...
Which is weird, because like they were saying it's unique per character, but yeah, it's like I wonder if that was before they, you know, made toys like Warband wide, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you lead the way, because I have no idea where I'm going.
It's gonna be, it's gonna be a Netherwing ledge, so you're gonna have to go over the Twisting Nether a little bit, because it's an isolated island.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about down here in the bottom right.
Yeah. Generally, they're kind of unfriendly, I think, at the start, or maybe they might even be hostile, but there's like a quest chain to get them to more neutral, and they like the end from like hostile to neutral is very quick, because when you do quests for them, it's like, oh, you got like 500 rep or something, or more than that.
That's okay. I'm gonna go land on the island at least.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember this place.
Oh, it's at the old Alderac Valley loading screen. That's,
yep.
That's awesome.
All the way back in like what 2004. Like,
I didn't even start until I think 2006.
yeah, I started. I don't remember when the game first came out. I assume in November or October here because of this. But like, I didn't start right away. I think I started like a month or two, or maybe even 3 months later. Like, because one of my buddies was playing. He's like, "Hey, you got to play it." And I went over to his house and we played it. And we played it all night. Like, it was a 24-hour session. And you have a PvP talent slot. What the f...
Oh yeah, that is a thing. Well, void form dark sense.
There we go.
Yeah, I just do whatever's passive.
Oh, I didn't. Well, I guess it was. No, I think they are all passive, but oh, whoops. I'm gonna mount. I basically I basically just picked ones where it's like, these are the skills I'm gonna use anyways. So it's like, oh, Arcane Barrage, right? So it's like, yeah, that's gonna get used.
Feels weird going from south to north. I'm so used to going north to south.
Oh no, this is literally right at home for me. Only I could fly. This is gonna make me wish that I was Frost though, because then I could just sit there and cast Blizzard on people and be like, you're frozen in place.
I streaked 15 honor.
Probably because someone died. Or we captured something.
Yeah. Long time ago.
You also just get honor, I think, from being in here.
The Alaric Valley's always been my favorite.
So that's... Oh yeah, Ultrax's always been fun.
I need a target.
You fool. I have no idea what that is. I would prefer not to know.
I need to get closer. I'm out of range.
Playing ranged in PvP is so much better.
I need to get closer.
I almost feel bad for these people.
It's too far
Also,
away.
welcome to the Horde. They just got their shit pushed in.
I'm out of range.
I might just sit there and dispel crab.
I fell. I fell. Jesus Christ, my arcane missiles are terrifying. Bro, you're not catching me. I'm a mage.
Can't dominate their minds.
I've already got 79 armor. Honor. 81. It's like they all died and came back.
I need to
Dying
get
too fast.
closer.
I can't use my freaking shadow form.
Yep. I feel bad for the people that actually get my full arcane burst on them. It's like, they're just dead. They're dead man walking. Because Arcane Surge triggers after a couple seconds and does like millions of damage.
It's too far away.
Which is kind of the thing that's always been hilarious, is even playing PvE mage in PvP, you can still shit on people. Surprised you're not holding your controller? Because I'm not using a controller. Bro, what are you doing? Oh, he's immune. I'm immune. I'm gonna polybubble myself right at the last second just so I can, and I'm dead. Oh, is this the firewall thing? I don't know what that is. Freaking infernals, man. I normally ignore people's pets unless there's an actual reason to deal with them. Oh, I'm dead. Ah! Woo! Woo! Oh no, I should never have looted that, and I'm dead now to a rogue. Yeah, you done fucked up, Aaron. You walked into the party. You should have given up on me. They almost got me. They nuked me down to 10% health and then a rogue ganked me and they still didn't kill me. That is the issue with any of these battlegrounds. There's always a rogue like lurking just out of sight.
I need a target.
Do we need to actually go up here? I guess so. Well, I'm close to another mage. I need to find him and kill him. Okay, that dude's dead.
I need to get closer.
I'm just like,
Oh, he actually got away.
I'm out of range.
Oh my god, there's so many pets and NPCs. Jesus. I need to find another player to kill.
It's too far.
Okay. It's so difficult to see what's actually going on. Oh, I've been feared. Oh, I'm dead. Yep. Somebody like just caught me out right there, and I don't know what they did, but it like I could not blink out of it. Okay. Oh wait, yeah, you need to just res at the graveyard. I totally forgot that's how it works. I think you could try to run back and get your corpse, but it's just not worth it. Jesus, my freaking panel of players is so huge. Okay. How much am I at? 219 honor? Jesus. I love Alterac Valley. You're getting 1 honor per kill and you're just sitting there fragging out. How do you even see the scoreboard at this point? Do you remember, Creamy?
I don't know. I think it's just like skate something. Once we do it, but
No. Oh, I don't want to run into that. That's the edge of their raid.
I'm out of range.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's some like frost talent or frost mage talent or something, just like it utterly fucking shits on you.
that guy's dead.
Okay. I don't even bother trying to like target. I just sit here tabbing.
That's what I'm doing.
You just snipe people at range and you try to feel when they push up.
Out of range.
that motherfucker got iced. My freaking barrage hit him for like 1.2 mil. And dead. Yeah, these sorts of things are a playground for range classes because you just sit in the back and you just start just firing full salvos.
I haven't even died yet.
I only died the one time because like somehow somebody in the crowd picked me out, like chain stunned me, and made it so that I could not blink my way out of it. And even then, the timer almost went up before I died. Like, I was like, damn, if I had like one more second, I might have gotten out of it. There's gonna be a bloodlust probably in another 5 seconds. Just be careful.
Too far away.
Okay. Turn the tide of this battle.
I need to get closer.
Get bloodlusted scrubs.
I'm out of range.
Yep, and they are dying. He who pays attention to cooldowns last. Oh, that was the rogue that tried to gank me earlier. Oh, we're getting laggy.
It is. I forgot how much fun Power Valley was.
I need to get closer.
Dude, sometimes you cast on people and it feels like you do nothing.
It's too far away.
Battle.
Pushing up finally.
Yeah. Like I said, I lusted us, and I don't think their side lusted. They just started caving again.
It's too far
I had
away.
to pull back a little bit.
I need to get closer.
Bro, I see you, you stupid paladin. You're not gonna fucking walk up to me and judgment me.
I'm out of
Yeah, you run back. They're getting pincered kind of now, is the other problem.
Oh, don't be killing me now. I saw this go.
That dude's dead. Yep. If I cast Barrage with a proc on them at like... See, I don't know what that was. Whatever that was, that just ice blocked
I
me.
need to get closer.
Like a bunch of pets pushing
I'm out
forward.
of range.
Yeah.
Other side.
That's why, like I said, you just ignore the pet. The pet's just a harassment tool that doesn't deal that much damage. Unless they're Beast Mastery, which... I mean, they might be, but...
My master's still over there. Help out a little bit.
Oh man, they want my booty hole. I see that. They were pushing for me.
I need to get closer. It's too far away.
die. These random elites that keep fucking.
They keep spawning until you take the point, I believe. I see you, you piece of shit. Come here. Yeah. Yeah, I see you. Oh, who was that? Someone hit me for fucking like over 1 million damage there. The same thing that I've been doing to people I had done to me. Damn. Yeah, Alderac Valley's fun. It's just a frag fest. So there's just crap tons of damage. Yeah, God, I was there for so long. Did 155 million damage. Karma, it happens, right? Like, I had a paladin that was sitting there just being cheeky and sniping me from the side, and I didn't see him, and then I noticed him, and I started trying to hit him, but my health had dipped to about, like, 40%. As I turned to run, something slowed me. I dipped to about, like 25 to 30%, and then he hit me for, like, 1 point something mil, and I was like, I'm just dead. Oh, they're pushing up now again. Well, that was suicidal of you.
There's an enemy right here coming after me. Oh, he's fucking dead. Get out of the part.
Yeah, we're having to run back. This is the first time we've actively retreated. Which is weird because they're chasing us not to a point that they should be. They're trying to like circumvent, but it's not really gonna work.
Got more range than you, Hunter. Promise you that.
Hunter should have 35 or 40.
46. I have 46. I have 46 yards of range, so I'm gonna outrange almost anybody. Oh, what's going on? Trying to get away, Druid? Nah, I don't think so. Blade. Seems like none of us are like
Time Warp is fun to fuck with people, but yeah, they came in there. The problem is the Alliance is pushing, and there's like 4 or 5 of us, and we're in their way, and they're unsure what to do. Like they're just running around like a bunch of chickens with their heads cut off. Oh, they're trying to like spawn camp. And apparently we have a ton of people up at Snowfall who aren't actually like engaging in battle.
like kind of defending.
Attack!
Dude, I am not in combat. Nobody fucking hit me until then. That is so dumb. I should have easily been able to mount, but it was like, oh, there's an enemy player near you, you're in combat. And I was like, that's actually stupid. I'm sorry. But yeah, they're basically spawn camping us. So like, you guys are all up there, but we can't defend against them back here.
Oh, okay.
That person's AFK, I think. They never actually capped our point.
Okay, the Greater Elemental should probably be spawn then. Doesn't last fucking.
Thank you for the resub. Bonsoir to you too. Yeah, bro, you're not getting away from me. That was revenge on the guy that killed me right there. So he stayed back to spawn camp and he died himself because of it. We're doing a little bit of PvP in WoW. Because we got to do some for the... oh, I'm already at 490 out of 500. You probably are done.
I'm at 498 actually.
I was going to say, because, like, I've been basically dead because we got spawn camped back here. So I've been able to, unable to actually gain honor or do much of anything.
I haven't died once.
That's nice. I wish I could say the same. Unfortunately, so, like, I don't mind dying, because what I'll do is I will hold my ground a little bit to, like, force them to fight me. But, like, yeah, it's to the point where it's like there's not much you can do when everybody just runs backwards. And you're like, okay, guys.
Break their bones.
I forgot you can loot the stuff and give them to like the vendors, like make things happen, make a push.
Okay, I'm good for the turn in. I don't know about you.
Where do you turn in anyway?
I assume back in Dornigal.
Oh, did you leave?
No, but we can.
Oh, I'm having a good time.
Because the only problem with Alterac Valley is it's not going to end anytime soon.
I love it though.
Like Alterac Valley, like I found it hilarious when back in the day, like AV used to go on for like days, like literal days of game time.
I need a target. I don't have a target.
Yeah, you're not going anywhere. This does make me wish that I had spell steal though. Because I would just immediately, like, steal the paladin's fucking invulnerability. Bro, I love paladins, dude. They get so butthurt by mages. Nope. You gone, stupid hunter.
I need to target something first.
People trying to duel people out here in the middle, and I'm like, nah, I'm cleaning you up. I am cleaning you up and cleaning you out. That way we don't have people flanking us.
Slay them all.
But yeah, that's part of the problem is we keep trying to like run by all the enemies. And this is actually the stupid way to go about this. So we're having to fight all the enemies plus all of them. Whereas what we should be doing is literally trying to run around over here to the left and back cap the fucking point. That is actually the way to do it.
I'm out of range.
That is a lot of enemies. I also don't get why my invis is just like not working. So I time warped backward, restored a bunch of my health that way.
It's too far away.
I'm sapped? Bro, really? Freaking hate. Yeah, I'm not dealing with you. It's so many people, and this is still true to this day, and it's how it always used to be in WoW too. They're like, oh, you're the squishy, I'm gonna solo you out and go after you. Like, I'll be getting my ass handed to me by somebody else, but let me stop, change targets, and try to kill the squishy before I die. And I'm like, it never works. I don't understand why people actually try that. Because the squishies are always good at escaping you in some way. Or stunning you or doing something. So it's like, you turn, you mess with them, and then they start to turn around and mess you up. Okay, so we actually push them forward now.
Yeah. Guess you can buy some cool stuff with the honor.
Okay, get rid of the Stormpike Guardians there. That guy got fucked.
I need to get closer. It's too far away.
Yeah, this is where most of the fighting usually occurred, was on this friggin' highway.
We're pushing one of their lieutenants now, or commanders.
In the friggin' thing? Yeah, I'm standing on the highway playing guard, basically, because they're gonna come. Oh, the rogues found another rogue trying to kill me.
Espionage, anti-espionage.
Yep, they ran block. See, what the Alliance is trying to do right now, too, is they're trying to draw us out and back, and we should not. Because this highway is a choke point. It's the best place to frag them. Because there's no, like, enemy NPCs. Yeah, here they come. So, mount up. Nope, pulling back. So you guys took that point?
Yeah.
Okay, because they're coming. Get fucked. He died. And now they're stopping because they're seeing us come up.
I need to get closer.
There's a nasty spell.
Oh, someone lusted us.
I'm out of range. It's too far away. I need to get closer.
They're running as fast as they can. Yeah, your invuln doesn't do much when it wears off.
Or gets expelled.
Yep. Yeah, they're really getting pushed in now. And oh look, how's it feel to be spawn camped, assholes? Yeah, you need to not let them get away, because that's how they get behind you and they flank and they back cap. We're killing their commander right here. And he is dead.
Someone cleaned up behind me.
I don't have a target.
We still don't have the full Ice Blood Tower, it looks like.
I'm out of range.
Someone just shouted, kill them all.
too far.
It's nuking
I
time.
need a target.
That'll be massive spell time.
Come here, Bernard. And he's dead.
I'm out of range. I need to get closer. I'm out of range.
It has really only been the one time that they pushed up. They have absolutely gotten their crap kicked in this whole time. They're probably having a very hard time actually gaining any honor. Also, if you see a target that's like nigh unkillable, just switch targets. Kill all of his allies and then he becomes killable. Because there are some where it's like, oh, like the person's literally just tanking the freaking group. Yeah, whatever that is, I don't like it. Okay, I think either they lusted or somebody on our side lusted again. I mean, it was the Horde sound for lust, but I don't know if the Alliance has a different sound for it. Oh, someone tried to yeet me. Nice try, I'm a mage. That doesn't work, dumbasses.
I'm a fireman lasers. Oh, the mess spelled the whole fridge.
Well, we're fighting some elite here. I don't know if this is their actual, like, final commander.
No, that guy's in the
Yeah, it's like somebody that they pulled out. Just bringing news. Apparently, Monster Hunter Wilds beta test. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It'll at least be cool because apparently they've said that we're going to be able to design our characters and be able to import them in once the thing's live. So that'll save you some time on like release day. Hey, Creamy, you want to play Monster Hunter?
Nope.
You sure?
Absolutely.
Think of all the killing and the murder. Think of how sad you'll make Ida. You know that'll be a thing too. They'll be like, I can't believe it. You're killing these fictitious creatures that don't exist. What, Murgot?
Yeah.
No, that's an NPC. He's been here. Yeah, he's just been getting tanked on the bridge.
I'm out of range.
Ah! Ah! Something's trying to kill the fuck out of me. Yeah, you can fuck off, Lieutenant Haddragon, or whatever the fuck your name is. I had to invis to get him off me. Got someone's pet that I'm targeting now. Okay, there's Commander Mortimer. They're trying to push.
I need to get closer.
Goodbye, Parvis.
I'm of range.
Oh, bro, you were getting nuked. Yeah, you're not out healing this. You can, yeah, I was gonna say, you can lay on hands all you want. Your ass is grass.
I need to target something first.
I was like, I knew that arcane surge trigger was coming in and it was gonna eat his lunch.
I'm out of range. It's too far away.
There's so many freaking NPCs mixed in. They're caving pretty hard now, though. Yep, boom. I can't even, like, hit them half the time. They're caking so fast. Okay.
They're trying to get me actually. Like, this setup is sort of a problem.
I need to get closer.
I think the reason I keep ending up with the NPCs after me is because of all my cleave damage.
Yeah.
Come on. Give us the win. I don't know how I'm hitting this guy, but it's doing no damage. It's like it's lagging out. It's like everybody's hitting him.
Put something else on.
Oh no, I killed Rick Astley.
The last time he'll have a Rick roll anyone.
He got Rick rolled. Nope, you're not getting no cast, Boomkin. I didn't have to do that. He was gonna die anyways, but he was casting Starfire, and I was like, you don't have it now. We should try to pull him out, but I don't think we can. I think he leashes, if I remember.
Yeah, he always leashes. The race has begun.
Oh, this isn't even a race. This is just a slaughter at this point. GG!
That was freaking fun. Oh my goodness.
Yep. 31 killing blows.
Bro, 19 killing blows, 0 deaths. I'm top charts for deaths. I'm number 1 for deaths. Oh,
Yeah.
oh man, let's go.
Wait. Oh no, I did get beat by a couple people. I was actually close to top chart in actual kills. You had the actual top chart on actual kills. It was you and a hunter.
Oh shit, it was top kills and jeez, wow. Oh, that was great.
Well, you kind of should be, right? It's like if you never die, you're there for like everything.
Yeah. Arson preferred advertising.
Okay, so wait, so where is the actual? Yeah, I can't talk to any of them. They're all Angi. It is the Dragon Maw base camp. Okay, let me pull out my handy dandy Brutosaur here and check my mail. It's already paying for itself. Glorious Contender Strongbox. Potion of Trivial Invisibility. Artisans Consortium advertisement. Please no.
Oh yay! Got 1 mark of honor.
Oh, I got 2.
That's just 1. It isn't currency, right?
I think it's currency. Just PvP vendors. It says Velard is who you talk to in Dornagal. Which we can go back to Dorn if you want.
I have 48 conquest points.
Put open a portal here. You'll need to fly back to me.
Oh, there we go.
Huzzah!
Mark my 3rd wind potion.
Ugh. Yeah, how do you see your honor?
It's in currency. It'll be PvP.
Player versus player. Oh god, I almost have 2,000 honor. What the shit?
Yeah. Yeah, I got a lot.
Ugh. Ken, you still playing First Descendant at all? I haven't been. I've heard they've made some fixes, especially to some of the stuff that I had problems with. Like, for instance, like that new content that they came out with that you had to like solo and none of your friends could help you with. Apparently now they can. And I'm like, yeah, that was a stupid decision. I'm glad you reversed it. I don't know why you put it in that way in the first place. So it's like, you can give them credit for fixing it, but there's a point where I'm like, you're just kind of off base if you thought that was a good idea as the developer, right? Crafted equipment for use in PvP.
Got conquest points.
It provides the following property. Certifies crafted equipment for use in PvP battlefields, enabling it to scale to 613 item level. Multiple are required to complete a craft. That's weird. Wait, yeah, where do we turn this in?
Oh, the quest?
Yeah.
It's gonna be at the city, Cavern Time thing. So you get it the first time.
Hold on, what's this gathering all gladiators that I have over here?
I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders.
Forged Gladiators Heraldry?
Yeah, there's like
My
gear you can actually
thanks
craft
for
there
your
that is for
patronage.
PvP.
Can't believe it's skill 639 item level? What the heck? Got like 9 of those for turning that quest in.
Bloody token.
Yeah, I still think the game has potential, especially if you like that like Warframe style of game. To me though, like that almost reminds me of like dungeon crawler games where it's like everything is just grind. And if you find grind fun, you'll like it. If you're someone like me, I don't mind grinding, but there is a point where I find grinding repetitive and boring. And so like, yeah, I kind of was just like, no, I don't want to just sit here at an outpost waiting for something to respawn, farming it over and over and over and over and over again, right? Like, at least I could say like WoW here where the transmog runs, the upside to them gating you is that you don't just burn yourself out on it. You have to pace yourself. As opposed to like, oh man, if they allowed you to go uncapped, you would just constantly do it.
What can I do for you, for the Alliance?
Hail, honored guests and children of any age. A story awaits.
Flame Lord's Emberstaff. Oh boy, that looks terrible.
And come if you're able to hear
587 staff.
Spin us a favor.
Well, that's a disenchant. Oh, another Mark of Honor. Oh wow, now I have 8 Marks of Honor. What the heck? When did I get more? Wait, why does this dude have a... Oh, right, the daily to answer one of the questions.
Relax.
I hadn't even been out here to him. Test your knowledge of history. The Draenei like to joke that in the language of the Naru, the word Exodar has this meaning. Defective Elk turd, crystal death trap, worthless Elk dung, radioactive biohazard. Did anyone know? Because I have no idea.
I have no idea either.
Incorrect. Okay. Give me another question. Let's test your knowledge of history then. While working as a tutor, Stalvin Mistmantle became obsessed with one of his students, a young woman named Taloa. What was the name of her younger brother? Tobias. Incorrect. Okay, I have no idea. Where was Dalaran originally located in the Eastern Kingdoms? Shit, was it Silverpine or Hillsbrad? I have to actually like look at the map for this, which probably like killed it for me. It's Silverpine because it's over here.
What you want?
Yeah, it killed it for me. What entity made a pact with N'Zoth and was later freed from the blade she was imprisoned in? Well, it's certainly not the subject of this expansion, Xalatat. There we go. That one was easy. Give me my time warp badge, man.
How you doing, man?
How you doing?
Spirits be with
Oh, that gave us 3 of the time warp currency. Or the bronze celebration tokens.
My wrath
That'll put me at like 43, but yeah, after that, I don't know that there's anything else I can do. Like...
Besides PvP.
Was PvP an infinite thing?
No, it's just like, you saw the arena weeklies.
Yeah.
Like, not really worth doing. So, it's a once per war band that you get the rewards. There's just farming time badges, I guess, and...
Wait, can you get rewards again on other characters?
No, it's once per warband.
Oh, okay.
Once per warband, once per week, fortunately.
Maybe
It's only once you hit 100 that you start like grinding them out.
Yeah, so what, after you hit 100, what drops them?
I think like doing time walking.
Many deals for a friend of the
and, like, a lot of like the daily stuff will start giving them. They didn't. Oh, it's just.
It was nice to do Alterac. It's the only thing I don't like about Alterac is like, even when you're losing, people can still put up a staunch defense and like drag it out for so damn long. And you're like, please just stop. Okay, so that's where, well, there's a ton there at that. I can't really sell these. Who gives a shit?
There's some more.
So these for 14.49. Easily sell, get me 50 gold. You killed the Spider Queen raid? No, that's the one I still have to do.
Yeah. I down Elephant.
I did Awakening the Machine. I did the Wax Weekly. I did the Theater Troupe. Yeah, so I have all of those.
Did you do the Ashka Head daily or weekly?
Yes.
Okay, so we got fun.
Prepare for a story
boss.
journey with Lord Walker Cho at the storyteller's stage.
It's pretty much it. Besides Queen Ansarak. Something else we're done. Grinding time walking back.
Which I don't mind doing that, but like you said, now I'm wondering about the like mounts and stuff. Because they're I'm beginning to think they all technically drop off that. So if anything, you're incentivized to hoard them, do a bunch of like kills, and if you get it, you get it. If you don't, you buy it, right?
Yeah, I'm already too late on that because I bought the Azura World Chiller, but
Yeah.
I mean, I really like that mount, so I'm not as upset about that.
What about the inflatable Thunder Fury Blessed Blade of the Windseeker?
No. Oh. I want the actual Thunderblade Blessed.
My problem with this stuff is like, oh, it only has 5 charges. I'm like, yeah, then I'm not buying it. Like, it's just pointless. You can become Edward Van Cleef.
Is that a toy or is that a...
Yeah, it looks like it's a 50 charges use thing.
That should be a toy.
And you
Turn
only
Mr.
get 10
Sponge.
seconds of it.
You be careful, man.
Meanwhile, I can become a Murloc. I'm a Murloc with a party hat.
Means what? I can probably get one of these sets. Death Knight one first.
Probably, yeah. Like I said, I'm just gonna grab the Evoker one because you can't like get Evoker glamour ever. So it's like I'll get that. That way, if like something catastrophic in my life happens, I at least have that one. But yeah, it's like from there, I'll probably aim to buy them all at some point. Because like even like the friggin' Druid one even looks really good because it's got the like ominous glowing eyes, right?
Yeah, the monk one's pretty cool.
I even like the Demon Hunter one. It looks real nice. Got Booba. Which actually, I'm not sure what the what is the Death Knight one from?
It's more reflective on Arthas' armor. If you look at the helmet.
Yeah,
like,
because I was gonna say, because like they're all tier 2 sets, but only if it was applicable.
All the classes that didn't exist back then, they have fresh sets. So the Death Knight, Demon Hunter, Evoker, Monk, all the classes.
I just need I need to find a toy that will like race change me into a Blood Elf, and then I won't care what I play for a Shaman. Because that's the problem, is I keep not wanting to do anything with my Shaman because I don't like any of the races that can be Shaman at the moment. Orb of the Sundori, is that an actual toy?
Sundora, yeah. Let's see.
Wait, how do I get it?
Orb of Sundora. It's a world drop.
For a short period of time with a 30-minute cooldown. Well, let's check my overpriced mount. Okay, so... Oh, it's a BOP item, so it can't be sold anyways. Aw. Oh, it's dropped by Kael'thas. Wait, then surely I have it, right? Like...
Which Kael'thas we talking? That's the thing. Is it the raid one or is it the one from
Magister's Terrace.
Yeah.
Yep, I don't have it. Wait, what was Magister's Terrace though? Was that a dungeon?
Oh, yeah, that's the one that came out with Sumo Plateau, the 5-man.
Where's that?
It's right near Sumo Plateau. So if you go to Shat, you take that portal to the island, and then there's a mount that drops off of him too on Heroic, which is Light Hawk Strider. If you give me a portal, I can show you where it is.
Yeah. Shatra.
You're shatting yourself. The Murloc casting animation. Okay, now.
That's right. Respect the Murloc. It's like you can tell the Murloc is just trying so hard, right?
Oh, Coltonos.
Over here.
I actually have the mount out of this heroic dungeon.
I think I do. I remember running this and I remember seeing it drop multiple times. I don't know if I had it. That's the White Hawk Strider.
Yeah.
Swift White Hawk Strider. Yep.
Time. Any memories.
Yeah, because you had to, like, this was one of the reps where it's like, they really hard gated you and you just had to sit here constantly.
Dailies every day.
Doesn't need to be on something. Actually, no, it shouldn't be heroic or anything at this time, I don't think.
No, there was heroic.
Was there?
Remember heroic Shattered Halls?
Oh, yeah.
It's set to heroic now.
Last year, whenever TBC Classic reached this phase, yeah.
This was the last patch, I believe.
Remember the lessons of the past.
The last content patch.
For Wrath? No, TBC.
No, it was last before Wrath.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought you were saying it was the last for Wrath, and I was like, oh, it's like, can't be the last for Wrath because I've done this.
Last of Wrath was Ruby Sanctum, technically. That came out after Ice Crown.
They see me rolling, they hate it. Trying to catch me dirty.
Actually, I think all three of these bosses drop.
Waste my time.
Jaded Crystal Dagger. Oh, wow! What the fuck? That looks good! I need to be on these, like, dungeon grinds.
Yeah, 5-man's got some stuff. The heroics.
Dude, I like how the Murloc Naruto runs. You don't realize it, but it is what's happening. Lathro's Dancing Blade. Oh yeah, that thing. I remember tanks having that.
Cool, I got boots. With the fur.
Wait, what did that do? Well, I don't think that did anything. Around this way. I'm a time warping Murloc.
Got a little more fire.
Yes, because that's my mirror images. Oh wait,
really?
no, it's not. Wait, what are those? Okay, none of these guys are important.
Therefore, they don't need to live.
You're not wrong. Oh right, this bitch. I remember this portion was just annoying because there were so many enemies in the area. Oh, I got a mace. Yeah, that doesn't look that good.
Dusk Hollow Mantle. Look. Those aren't bad.
Yeah, it's like those are interesting at least. At least they're like black and gold, right? Like
Yeah.
sometimes you get them and you loot them and it's like, yes, it's hot pink and lime green. What an excellent combination of colors. And you're like, like no one's ever gonna wear this. Hey, what's up, Khadroth?
Don't look so smug.
Man,
I
you, like,
know what
corrupted.
you're thinking, but Tempest Keep was merely a setback.
Yes,
Did
really
you
a setback.
honestly believe I would trust the future to some blind, half-night elf mongrel?
Well, what are you trying to say about me? Are you trying to say I'm half Murloc, half Night
It
Elf?
was merely an instrument, a stepping stone to a much larger plan. It
I don't
has
think this is
all
part of
led
your plan.
to this.
This dude reeks
this
of
time,
like
You will not
every time he has a setback, he makes it up and claims that it was actually like all according to Keikaku, right?
The
Is he getting eaten by a crab?
You will drown in your own blood! The world shall burn!
The world, in fact,
The
did not
Swift
burn.
Hawk Strider dropped. Wow.
Oh wow! I got the frickin' sword off of him. Quickening blade of the prince.
I already have it.
And I already have it too, so it's not like I could use it either.
Oh man.
It's just a wasted mount drop. What's up, Nero?
Just bind on equipped.
Huh?
Always bind on equipped so I can sell it.
Oh yeah, dude. But then people would be farming this place, right?
Yeah.
Wait, was that not the last boss? Oh, okay, it was.
Yeah.
What you're saying is...
Normal.
Again, you say? To shreds, you say? I'll be curious to see if they actually give us like the lotto announcement, but because we're like 2 weeks out, they're probably gonna wait a little bit still. That's the good part about dungeons, though. Dungeons, you can just go like, oh, I didn't get the drop I wanted, I'm gonna do it again, because there's no lockout. And that's why, like I said, like to a degree, I do wish there was no lockout on the raids, but I think there would be like some low chance drops where you would just be driving yourself batty.
Only drops in heroic, it looks like.
Oh. Wait. Nani?
Well.
I guess because it wasn't reset. Yeah, you have to reset all instances, but hold on, because I'm inside it again.
No.
No.
I'm gonna take that as a year out.
No, I'm not. My Murloc's just making weird noises. It's weird because it didn't... Wait, what? Huh? Alright, hold on. There's a faster way. So, like, you remember that orb that we touched that it couldn't do anything? That's where it put me when I went back in. So it, like, put me at, like, the halfway point, and I was trying to run back to the entrance, but it's, like, sealed off. So it's just like, fuck it, I'm going back to Shatrath.
I'm not sure. Like, heroic dungeons usually always have a lockout, like, for a day.
They shouldn't. You should just be able to hit reset all instances and it should work. I'm out, by the way.
Forgot this place. Why?
Yep. Well, don't worry, I'm already coming back. See?
Reset it though.
There's nothing like seeing a Murloc wearing a monocle and a top hat riding atop a phoenix. You know that Murloc fucks. Ah, damn it! Wasn't paying attention.
I could have gone up through there.
Hearing all the in the background is messing with me.
Ash possibly. Ash, you could have had a...
That's true, he could have. Watch it drop again. Wait! Dude, it did it again! Okay, hold on.
I think it's a save block out.
Yeah, Magister's Terrace Heroic, 11 hours, 44 minutes. So maybe if we did it on non-heroic?
It doesn't drop off a non-heroic.
The orb?
Yeah, I'm looking at the loot tables. The normal doesn't have
bastards. Those actual bastards. Row, row, fight the power.
There's some cool gear that drops off.
I do remember the gear from here, which tells me that it's cool, so... Vendor... Dude, I'm gonna use that fucking dagger, though. Like, holy shit. That dagger looks nice. That's what I'm saying, like... I need to come back and actually start taking a look at the dungeons and doing them for transmog runs, because... We've farmed out the raids to an extent, and they're... like, it's difficult to get certain things to actually drop.
Ed, if you ever play with Ash, I want to show you something that's his favorite item in the entire game. It's the golden banana.
Yep, that thing.
Make sure if you ever see him in game, you throw the golden banana towards his way. Make sure he sees it. You don't have to hit him with it. You just gotta make sure he... And he will forever love you.
He will. Now I'm an ethereal Murloc.
Oh, Millhouse Manastorm.
Hmm.
And I'm an Iron Dwarf. I'm Gammon.
Gammon, will save us.
And I'm gonna put this pummel marmot down, and I'm gonna interact with it, and it's gonna go flying. Oh, I didn't go flying. I think far. I'm a ghost pirate. Wings. I had a Red Bull. Wings.
Rumble toys?
I'm Ethereal Fire Druid. I'm a Goron. I can Sonic the Hedgehog. What the
Wait. Oh, I have the rocket helmet.
Look at the wings. They're just sitting there and I'm ethereal. They're just over my head.
There's your portal, sir. The Coin of Many Faces is a fun toy to get during Halloween. Oh, yeah. I remember there were also the cards that you could collect from that island.
Darkmoon Island, yeah.
Okay, chat. That's gonna be it for me. Let me see who all's on. Well, we can give some love to. I see Mr. Chaldea Gurus. I haven't gotten to raid him in a while either, so I'm gonna send you guys his way. So I guess he's gotcha gurus now. Again, I hope you guys enjoyed. We'll be back tomorrow. Like I said, we're going to be doing some of those recollection quests on JP, and then we'll see where we go from there, because I don't know what else I have to do in FGO at the moment. But again, thank you guys for watching, as always. Again, if you guys haven't already, check out the Lotto Guide, join the Discord, and obviously feel free to follow me on Twitter or any of the other social medias like Twitch or YouTube. Always happy to have you guys. But again, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Go give Gurus my love and have a good evening. Later.